ministro Apodri.
Ciao ministro caro.
Ok, ciao Fra.
direttamente.
Perché veramente ci ha portato qua sotto, lei non ci ha visto.
No, noi vi abbiamo visto, hai ragione, abbiamo visto, ha ragione il Presidente, ragazzi.
Come stai? All'Enorgement?
Grazie, io ero già entrata, vedi, con la Maltese ero già entrata subito.
Diciamo le
Sì, sono qua col Presidente.
Che questa sarà.
Mene su pustili, evo tako.
explore, I understand, but in Italian.
Giratore se 20 minuti a fare usare di niente.
Dietro a...
Buongiorno.
Sali sopra. Bravo. No, va niente. Si sta bene.
Onur.
Questa pretesta.
Thank you much.
Cazzo pure io.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning.
President.
Yeah, we go here?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Okay. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Grazie.
Grazie mille.
Grazie.
Quindi verso via l'Europa.
plano también militar, firmamos un acuerdo bilateral con Ucrania el año pasado y eso implica el que el año pasado ejecutamos más de 1.000 millones de euros de asistencia militar y este año también vamos a comprometer 1.000 millones de euros más en esa asistencia militar. Decirles también que desde el punto de vista de la reconstrucción, el Gobierno de España y la economía española en su conjunto tiene empresas muy punteras que pueden ayudar a esa reconstrucción en todos los frentes y que por tanto las dos decisiones que vamos a tomar son, por un lado, la creación de una oficina para la reconstrucción de Ucrania dependiente del Ministerio de Economía del Gobierno de España y dos, celebraremos antes de finalizar el año un encuentro mixto entre España y Ucrania, también un encuentro empresarial para que aquellas empresas que estén interesadas en poder contribuir a la reconstrucción de Ucrania, presente y futura, pues se puedan desplegar sobre el territorio y conocer también cuáles son las oportunidades que pueden tener en Ucrania. Bueno, de esto vamos a hablar en el día de hoy y les agradezco mucho el que hayan podido atender este dos temas. Gracias.
Presidente, pleno de ayer.
La sua expresión de intervención.
Guarda che lo chiedo alla collega che guarda che tutti gli altri
Ei täällä mitään kuvia oikein saa. Huomaan, että meidän päämiehemme on siellä aivan keskellä.
Eddie devi salutare, giusto? Eddie, vieni.
Може йдемо спокійно.
Gentili ospiti, sono invitate al conferenza dell'auditorium. Benvenate, state cominciare. Grazie.
Adesso è in moto?
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2025 here in Rome. We are deeply honored to open today's proceedings in the presence of heads of state and government, leaders of European and international institutions, and representatives of civil society, the private sector, and Ukraine's vibrant and resilient people. This is a moment of unity, responsibility, and renewed commitment across borders and sectors to support Ukraine's recovery, reconstruction, and long-term development. To open this first plenary session, we begin with the official video of the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2025.
To offer opening remarks on behalf of the host country, please welcome His Excellency Antonio Tajani, Vice President of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Prime Minister, dear Giorgia, dear President Zelensky, Mrs. Zelenska, dear friends, Prime Ministers, leaders coming from many, many countries, welcome to Rome, welcome to Italy. We are very proud today because this conference for us is very, very, very important. We want to host this event today and tomorrow because we believe in Ukraine. This meeting is not only an economic meeting. We want to send a clear message. Ukraine is not alone. We want to back your freedom, your independence. They want to be protagonists of the reconstruction of your country, President Zelensky. Allow me to speak in my mother tongue for 1 minute. Noi abbiamo fortemente voluto, il Presidente del Consiglio innanzitutto ed io, che questa conferenza si svolgesse in Italia, nella nostra capitale, a dimostrazione della grande unità tra paesi liberi, tra imprese private, per far sì che all'Ucraina arrivasse un concreto sostegno per ricostruirla dopo l'ingiusto e vergognoso attacco che subisce ogni giorno. Anche questa notte ci sono stati attacchi non contro le forze armate ucraine, ma contro la popolazione civile e contro la città di Kiev. Questo è veramente inaccettabile. Noi lavoriamo per la pace, vogliamo costruire la pace, vogliamo che il popolo ucraino non soffra più. Ecco perché abbiamo preparato questa conferenza con una serie di appuntamenti che hanno anticipato l'incontro di oggi. Li abbiamo svolti a Verona, li abbiamo svolti a Bruxelles. Abbiamo voluto chiamare a raccolta tante imprese e sono lieto che tantissime abbiano accettato. Oggi sono circa 500 le imprese italiane qui presenti, a dimostrazione che il settore privato, accanto alle istituzioni, è pronto a fare molto per l'Ucraina. Difendere l'Ucraina non è una questione che riguarda solo gli ucraini, è una questione che riguarda tutti quanti noi, riguarda la democrazia. Ecco perché è importante essere protagonisti della fase della ricostruzione. Appena, ci auguriamo il prima possibile, sia conclusa questa incredibile guerra che è iniziata in violazione di tutte le regole del diritto internazionale. Vogliamo però che la ricostruzione avvenga anche a guerra in corso, perché il popolo ucraino non può essere privato di infrastrutture fondamentali come le reti elettriche o altre fondamentali infrastrutture per procedere nella vita quotidiana e affrontare, come ha affrontato con grande coraggio il generale Inverno. Grazie alla forza del popolo ucraino, la libertà in quel paese esiste ancora. Ecco, noi vogliamo insieme dare un chiaro messaggio di amicizia, un chiaro messaggio di sostegno. L'Italia è pronta a fare la sua parte. Io ringrazio tutti quanti coloro che hanno accettato di partecipare a questo evento. Abbiamo tantissimi capi di Stato, di Governo, il Presidente della Commissione europea, leader che vengono da tutto il mondo, istituzioni finanziarie, privati. Insieme potremo fare molto, investiremo molti miliardi. Io ringrazio anche la presenza degli Stati Uniti d'America. Quindi faremo tutto ciò che è nelle nostre possibilità per garantire la libertà del popolo ucraino. Never alone. Slavo Ucraine, dichiara aperta questa conferenza. E lascio la parola al Presidente del Consiglio della Repubblica Italiana, Giorgia Meloni, per il discorso inaugurale di questo importante evento.
Dear colleagues, thank you for being here. Dear President Zelensky, dear Olona, thank you for being here. It's an honor, it's a pleasure. Allow me, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, Antonio Tajani already did, to speak this morning in my mother tongue, for we are in Rome. Buongiorno a tutti, grazie di essere qui. È per me un onore aprire i lavori della quarta edizione della Ukraine Recovery Conference, dare il mio benvenuto a Roma al Presidente ucraino Volodymyr Zelenskiy, alla First Lady Olena, alla Presidente della Commissione, al Presidente del Consiglio europeo, ai Presidenti, ai Primi Ministri, tanti colleghi che sono venuti qui oggi a Roma per partecipare a questa importante iniziativa, a tutte le delegazioni che sono presenti. E voglio ringraziarli perché i numeri impressionanti di questa conferenza, 70 nazioni rappresentate, oltre 40 organizzazioni internazionali, migliaia tra aziende e realtà della società civile, raccontano meglio di qualsiasi altra iniziativa quale futuro tutti insieme vediamo per l'Ucraina e con quanta convinzione crediamo in quel futuro. Il colpo d'occhio per chi ha diciamo la possibilità di vederlo da questo palco è di straordinario impatto e chiaramente per questo voglio ancora una volta ringraziare il Ministro degli Esteri Antonio Tajani, tutta la Farnesina, tutti coloro che si sono prodigati per la riuscita di questo evento, così come voglio salutare e ringraziare gli altri ministri del governo italiano presenti, il Presidente del Senato Ignazio La Russa e i leader dei governi delle nazioni che prima di noi hanno avuto la responsabilità di organizzare questa conferenza e quelli che l'avranno dopo di noi ricevendone il testimone. Questa partecipazione così ampia, a così alto livello, trasmette al mondo un messaggio estremamente importante. Dice che ognuno di noi è qui per fare la sua parte per un obiettivo comune, che è guardare oltre l'insopportabile ingiustizia che da più di 3 anni viene inflitta al popolo ucraino e saper immaginare ora una Ucraina ricostruita, libera, prospera. E dice che intendiamo raggiungere questo scopo non solo aiutando l'Ucraina a difendersi, portando avanti ogni sforzo per arrivare alla pace come stiamo facendo, ma anche e soprattutto sapendo immaginare il dopo, interrogandoci su come ricostruire quello che è stato distrutto, strade, ponti, scuole, chiese, ospedali. È questo il messaggio che vogliamo ribadire con forza oggi. La Russia incrementa gli attacchi contro i civili, colpisce le infrastrutture indispensabili per la popolazione perché il disegno è lo stesso dall'inizio della guerra. Tentare di piegare gli ucraini con il buio, con il freddo, con la fame, con la paura. Questo piano, come altri, è fallito. È fallito in primo luogo perché tutti hanno imparato quanto gli ucraini siano molto più tenaci di ogni aspettativa ed è fallito perché la comunità internazionale si è schierata contro questo scempio assicurando l'assistenza urgente e necessaria per garantire la continuità dei servizi essenziali. Penso che dovremmo tenerne conto in futuro, dovremo tenere conto di chi ha fatto tutto ciò che poteva per impedire questa barbarie e chi invece non l'ha fatto ed è per questo che, come è scritto anche nella dichiarazione dei ministri delle finanze del G7, noi vogliamo lavorare con l'Ucraina anche per non consentire che della ricostruzione possano beneficiare anche quelle entità che hanno contribuito a finanziare la macchina da guerra russa. Abbiamo visto un video molto emozionante e la voce narrante diceva "We believe that together we can stop the darkness and build a strong future". È esattamente quello che intendiamo fare. Fermare l'oscurità, costruire un futuro forte, un futuro all'altezza di una nazione fiera, orgogliosa come è l'Ucraina, una nazione che nonostante le bombe, nonostante gli attacchi contro le infrastrutture strategiche, nonostante gli sfollati, le vittime, i bambini strappati dalle loro famiglie, continua ad avere un'economia viva, un'economia resiliente. La guerra intacca spesso la fiducia che si ha nel domani, l'abbiamo visto tante volte nella storia. In questo caso non è stato così. In questo caso il popolo ucraino ha guardato dritto negli occhi il proprio nemico e ha scelto di combattere. E non ha scelto di combattere perché ama il conflitto, ha scelto di combattere perché ama quello che sta difendendo, perché sa vedere oltre quel conflitto. È questo che ha permesso all'Ucraina di continuare a vivere, a produrre, a innovare, a cercare una luce anche nell'oscurità più profonda. E il nostro compito è aiutare l'Ucraina, e lo faremo, a scrivere questo nuovo capitolo della sua storia, per amore di giustizia e come monito per il futuro. E l'Italia intende per questo e su questo giocare un ruolo da protagonista e può farlo, non solo per la costanza, la chiarezza con le quali fin dall'inizio si è schierata dalla parte giusta della storia, senza mai tentennare, ma anche perché il suo solido, straordinario tessuto produttivo ha tutte le carte in regola per generare un moltiplicatore di investimenti, un moltiplicatore di opportunità. Perché la sfida che abbiamo di fronte richiede certamente il massimo sforzo da parte delle nazioni, dei governi, delle istituzioni multilaterali e finanziarie, ma è una partita che noi possiamo vincere solo se riusciremo a contare su una robusta mobilitazione dei capitali privati, sullo spirito imprenditoriale delle aziende, sulla loro capacità di attrarre investimenti. L'entusiasmo, il dinamismo che le nostre imprese hanno dimostrato, stanno dimostrando, il genio e la creatività che tutto il mondo riconosce loro, dicono che il sistema Italia può fare la differenza. È un impegno che trova oggi concretezza negli accordi che alcune tra le nostre principali aziende, Leonardo, Enel, Terna, Snam, Ferrovie, ma davvero ne sto citando solamente alcune, sottoscriveranno con le omologhe aziende ucraine. Parliamo ovviamente di iniziative concrete, focalizzate su progetti strategici, capaci di disegnare un cambiamento reale, restituendo il segno di un impegno corale del nostro sistema produttivo. Un impegno che si muove ovviamente parallelamente a quello che è stato messo in campo dal governo, dalle istituzioni, nelle loro diverse articolazioni. E questa conferenza ci offre ovviamente l'opportunità di sottoscrivere numerose intese. Uno degli ambiti principali sui quali noi abbiamo voluto concentrare la nostra attenzione riguarda la creazione di nuovi strumenti, di nuovi meccanismi finanziari che possano accompagnare il lavoro delle aziende, fare da moltiplicatore. Sono per questo felice di annunciare il contributo determinante dell'Italia alla nascita di un nuovo fondo equity a livello europeo. E il messaggio che vogliamo lanciare oggi agli imprenditori è semplice. Non abbiate paura di investire, di costruire, di ricostruire in Ucraina, perché investire sulla ricostruzione dell'Ucraina non è un azzardo, è invece un investimento in una nazione che ha dimostrato più resilienza di qualsiasi altra, ma è anche un investimento sulla pace, sulla crescita economica dell'Europa intera, sulla sicurezza dei nostri cittadini. E sappiate che saremo al vostro fianco insieme alle istituzioni finanziarie, alle realtà come SACE, Simest, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, che sostengono l'internazionalizzazione delle imprese, per mettervi nelle condizioni migliori per poter operare, non solo sul fronte delle assicurazioni che sono necessarie per chi investe contro i rischi derivanti dal conflitto, ma anche per esplorare nuove opportunità in ambiti strategici, dall'agroindustria fino alla meccanica avanzata, all'industria chimica, ai trasporti. Investire in Ucraina è un investimento su noi stessi, perché piaccia o no quello che accade in Ucraina riguarda ciascuno di noi. Penso che per questo dobbiamo essere orgogliosi del risultato che oggi raggiungiamo tutti insieme, nazioni, organizzazioni internazionali, istituzioni finanziarie, autorità locali, settore imprenditoriale, società civile. Insieme abbiamo assunto impegni con la conferenza di oggi per oltre 10 miliardi di euro. Ma per ricostruire una nazione martoriata dalla guerra non bastano i soldi, gli ingegneri, gli architetti, gli operai. C'è bisogno di qualche cosa di più, e quel qualche cosa di più è il sentimento che il popolo ucraino più di tutti ha dimostrato di conoscere, che è l'amore di patria, l'amore per la libertà, la volontà di garantire ai propri figli un futuro di prosperità, di benessere. Senza l'amore di patria tutto quello che noi facciamo perde di senso. Non è un caso che l'Italia abbia scelto di occuparsi di alcuni dei simboli e dei luoghi che compongono il mosaico identitario della nazione ucraina. Quel luogo è Odessa e quei simboli sono la Cattedrale della Trasfigurazione, la Filarmonica, il Museo delle Belle Arti, gemme di un patrimonio culturale splendido che ci appartiene come europei e che come europei vogliamo proteggere perché possa essere consegnato a chi verrà dopo di noi. Caro Volodymyr, cara Olena, cari colleghi, il cammino della ricostruzione non sarà un cammino facile, sarà certo un cammino pieno di insidie, ma è anche un cammino che porta con sé incredibili opportunità. E gli italiani sanno forse meglio di chiunque altro, sanno comunque molto bene quello di cui sto parlando, perché noi siamo quel popolo che sulle macerie della Seconda Guerra Mondiale ha costruito il miracolo economico degli anni 60. Anche la nostra allora era una nazione distrutta che affrontava difficoltà enormi, eppure ce l'ha fatta, si è rialzata con determinazione, con orgoglio, con operosità, è diventata la potenza economica e industriale che oggi tutti conoscono. E mi piace pensare che questa conferenza possa essere il punto di partenza per il miracolo economico dell'Ucraina e costruiremo quel miracolo insieme, per voi, per noi, perché ogni scuola, ogni ospedale, ogni campanile che ricostruiremo sarà un pezzo di noi stessi che avremo ricostruito, un pezzo d'Europa che riconsegneremo alla storia e ai nostri figli. Vi ringrazio e buona conferenza.
It is now our privilege to welcome His Excellency Volodymyr Zelenskiy, President of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Dear friends, dear Georgia, thank you very much for your kind words, very strong words, for your support. Thank you for warmly hosting this important meeting for Ukraine, for Ukrainians. Dear Ursula, Antonio, Friedrich, Peter, Donald, Eddie, Pedro, Dick, Rosen, Petri, Christian, Kyriakos, Miloiko, all the leaders and all the participants of the conference and all who stand with Ukraine today. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your attention to Ukraine, to the needs of our people, first of all, and to our shared responsibility to do everything necessary to protect life. Russia has also prepared for this meeting. Just last night they launched another massive attack on Ukraine, mainly targeting our capital, Kyiv. The attack involved Russian, Iranian Shahid drones. These drones have been heavily upgraded to cause more destruction and to be harder to shoot down. Ukrainians now face attacks by hundreds of these drones every single night. And this is pure terrorism. The night before last, they launched over 700 drones and missiles. Last night, nearly 400. And they try to do this as often as possible. This is exactly what Putin wants, for our people to suffer, to flee Ukraine, and for homes, schools, for life itself to be destroyed everywhere, not just near the front lines. Remember, just a year ago, many people thought Russia wanted real peace, real talks and a ceasefire. Moscow was sending those signals, and it was all part of their propaganda, trying to say that Ukraine didn't want peace. But we said back then there must be pressure on Russia because it was not preparing for peace. And now everyone sees that Putin has rejected every peace proposal and is escalating the violence. Just last night, in Kiev alone, sadly, 2 people were killed and 16 were injured. A medical lab was completely destroyed, residential buildings, a shopping center, a veterinary clinic, and basic city infrastructure were all damaged. And that was with many of the drones and missiles being shut down. Still, some made it through. And this is what we must focus on first. We must stop Russian drones and missiles. And this means more air defense supplies and more investments in interceptor drones, air defense systems, and of course missiles. And I urge all our partners, increase your investments. When Russia increases its attacks, we cannot have a shortage of funding for drone production. More than 30 countries and hundreds of companies are represented at the conference today. And we must reach a point where Ukraine's air defense and drone sector is supported by over 30 countries and backed by hundreds of companies, not only from Ukraine, but also from Europe, the United States, and beyond. Please speak to our team for details. Ukraine has some of the world's most advanced drone technologies for both offensive and defensive, and we are ready to share this expertise and these technologies with our partners. Ukraine needs investment, you need skills, you need technology, and everything we are building now to protect Ukraine will also help protect you. Secondly, I'm grateful to all countries that are part of the coalition supporting Ukraine's defense. We've created effective, really effective coalitions, effective drone coalition, and you can see how drones help us hold the life, hold front line and strike Russian military infrastructure deep inside Russia. We also have a strong aviation coalition. Thank you to all its members. Ukraine has received and is building up modern combat aviation. This is a huge help. Aircraft to F-16s and Mirages this quickly. Thank you to everyone who helped. And I also want to highlight the coalition to return our Ukrainian children. Children abducted by Russia. And this is a global effort involving countries from Italy to Canada. And thank you to each one. Just yesterday, I spoke with about this work, and it already is. I'll discuss this with and other leaders as well. And we must explore every to This is very serious threat, and we must stand against it together. Just like these coalitions are working, we now need to build a coalition for recovery. Let this be the moment we start it. We know what Russia has destroyed, and we know what it will take to rebuild Ukraine. Ukrainian people. Which is needed a coalition with clear leadership, countries and companies lead and bring others with them. And we also need a clear recovery plan. Approach is needed a coalition with clear leadership, countries and companies that can lead and bring others with them. And we also need a clear recovery plan. Think of the role the Marshall Plan played in rebuilding and transforming Europe. That's why Europe has enjoyed peace and economic growth for so many decades. And now we have real opportunity to spark a new wave of progress. We need a Marshall Plan-style approach, and we should develop it together. Rebuilding Ukraine is not just about our country. It's also about your countries, your companies, your technology, your jobs. The way we rebuild our country can also modernize your infrastructure and industries. And I ask you to support the Recovery Coalition and help define specific financing mechanisms. We must clearly agree that frozen Russian assets should go toward Ukraine's recovery. Not only the income from these assets, but the assets themselves must be used and much more actively than they are now to help save lives. And we also need a clear system for reconstruction, a special recovery fund, and financing at different levels for Ukraine's national budget and for local communities. And we are very, very open to working with any business that can support our strengths, production, logistics, and of course, rebuilding. And let me emphasize one more thing. In this joint recovery project, we will only welcome true partners. Those who are not helping Russia continuing this war. Only friends are invited to be a part of Ukraine's economic and technological recovery. And one last thing. We are already preparing for the next winter. And we've already gone through 3 winters during this full-scale war. And of course, first of all, thank you to everyone who helped us then. Thank you. And we need to keep working together to get through the next winter as well. And this can only be done as a shared task. And let's use this conference to move forward with that. I thank Norway for already, by the way, supporting us. Thank you to the Netherlands for your help. Thanks Germany. Thanks Ursula, Antonio. Thanks so much for the EU's continued support in helping Ukraine face energy challenges, real challenges. And we must keep making sure our people are protected. I also thank Italy, more than 500 companies, Georgia, thank you so much, and to your team. More than 500 companies are represented here at the conference. Around 200 agreements are ready to be signed with a total value of over 10 billion euros. All of these must be fully implemented. And please, let's also focus on energy. Putin has only 2 real allies: terror and winter. And we must respond to both. Thank you to everyone who is helping. And let today's meetings bring real results that matter to people and are visible in their lives. And every day, all of us must stay focused. All of us must keep up the pressure on Russia. All of us must keep working for defense so that we can bring a real ceasefire as soon as possible, that our drones go to our shared arsenals, that our technologies serve recovery and real life, that we create and start implementing a reliable recovery plan, that our children and our people return home to Ukraine. Let's do everything we can. Let's do everything we can for real peace as soon as possible. Just peace. Slava Ukraini!
We now welcome Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission.
Prime Minister, dear Giorgia, President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, dearest Olena, what a pleasure that you came along too. Thank you very much for being here. Fellow leaders, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I remember very well the first Ukraine Recovery Conference 3 years ago. It was just a few months after Russia unleashed destruction and bloodshed on a scale not seen since the Second World War. I remember the pain of the Ukrainian people. But even more vividly, I remember just how quickly they picked themselves up and began to rebuild. In the liberated towns of Irpin and Bucha, and with restored homes, schools and hospitals. And Europe has been there at your side from day one on, and Europe will be at your side as long as it takes. Today, we gather here in this eternal city to show our enduring commitment to Ukraine. Our resolve is unflinching, our support unwavering, because we will always be at Ukraine's side, and you can count on us. Now more than ever, Ukraine can count on Europe. Our solidarity continues on all fronts, militarily, financially, and politically. And let me start with the military side. Ukraine's military has done what many said was impossible. They reached holding back the Russians and crippling their navy and their bomber fleet. This is impressive. Ukraine is the frontier of military innovation. But Russia's arms race continues. This is a war from Russia of resources and competing defense systems, as much as it is a war of values. So we must continue to invest in Ukraine's defense and tech primacy. Our Defense Readiness 2030 plan will be key. It will make available the necessary resources and fiscal space to deliver a surge in military capabilities. And it will boost investment in Ukraine's defense industry. In addition, supporting Ukraine will also allow member states to reach their NATO target of 3.5 plus 1.5% of GDP. All told, Over 800 billion euros can be mobilized, so there is sufficient finance. But we also need to organize to ensure that the needs of the member states and Ukraine can be matched. And this is why we will be working through the SAFE instrument to create a mechanism to bring this together. As you said, Volodymyr, Ukraine has cutting-edge weapon systems, and Ukraine can deliver really fast and at low cost. This is precisely what we need in the European Union. But, as you said, Volodymyr, Ukraine's defence industry is only operating at 60% of capacity. Now, our member states can take their safe loans and procure directly from Ukraine's defence industry. For our member states, it's high quality, fast and cheap. For Ukraine, it's both crucial revenues, but also the opportunity to strengthen its defence industrial base. To my second point, since the full-scale invasion, Europe has been and will stay Ukraine's largest donor, with almost 165 billion euros of support. And this year alone, we will cover 84% of external financing needed. As part of this support, I can announce €1 billion payment in macro-financial support, dear Volodymyr. I can also announce a payment of more than €3 billion from the Ukraine facility. And these guarantees and grants that we are signing here today, you said it, Georgia, and you said it, Volodymyr, it's outstanding. They are set to unlock €10 billion in investment for growth, recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. And we will ensure that Ukraine is supported until 2028 and beyond, when the new European budget kicks in. The new partnership with Ukraine will also play a key role in boosting private sector investment. That will be critical to reconstruction. And we will be able to build on strong foundations. Volodymyr, I listened very carefully. You said we need a special reconstruction fund. I am particularly pleased to announce today the European Flagship Fund for the Reconstruction of Ukraine, the largest equity fund globally to support reconstruction. It will, together with the private sector, kickstart investment in energy, transport, critical raw materials, dual-use industries. We are literally taking a stake in Ukraine's future by leveraging public money to bring large-scale private sector's investments and help the rebuild of the country. And I'm particularly pleased, and I think from the bottom of my heart, that we are building this together with Italy, Germany, France, Poland, and the European Investment Bank. Thank you so much for your commitment. And I trust others will be eager to join. The people of Ukraine are ready to drive their country's economy into the future. The time to invest is now. Finally, on political support. Under relentless fire, Ukraine is passing reform after reform. That's impressive. Ukraine stands ready to proceed with the next step on the accession path. Ukraine is delivering on its reforms. Now we must too, because the accession process is based on merits, and Ukraine merits moving forward. The Commission is very clear. Ukraine is ready to open Cluster 1, the fundamentals cluster. Now we have to act to move forward for millions of Ukrainians, soldiers, teachers, doctors, farmers, you name it, for Ukrainians from all walks of life. And for them, the future has two flags, the flags of Ukraine and the flags of Europe. This recovery conference is all about bringing Ukraine and its future to Europe. And Ukraine's future is in Europe. Let's make it happen together. Slava Ukraini, long live Europe.
Please welcome now His Excellency Friedrich Merz, Federal Chancellor of
Dear Prime Minister, dear Giorgia, dear Volodymyr, dear Elena, friends
of Germany.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Giorgia, dear Volodymyr, dear Elena, Excellencies, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, friends of Ukraine. History knows many different examples of post-war reconstruction. One of the most successful was the recovery of Western Europe, and particularly of my country, Germany, after World War II. People still remember the so-called Wirtschaftswunder, the miracle of our economy. I don't mean to draw any misleading historical comparisons, but some of the recipes that were applied back then can still serve us when we focus at Ukraine's recovery today. The first one is, to rebuild a war-torn economy, it takes strong partners and international support. And Ukraine has strong international partners, all of us gathered here today. Today, Ukraine has dozens of partners around the entire world. The European Union, the G7, the IMF, and of course, all of us that have come together today for the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Rome. Since last year's conference in Berlin, we have made some remarkable progress. 200,000 micro, small and medium-sized enterprises have been supported through the SME Alliance. 275,000 Ukrainians have received training as reconstruction professionals since the establishment of the Skills Alliance. 400 new partnerships with Ukrainian municipalities have been established, which is extremely important because reconstruction takes place at local level. In more than 80 companies, donor governments and civil society organizations have joined forces to empower women in their role in reconstruction. Now, Germany is the largest donor to the Ukraine Energy Support Fund and will continue to support the stabilization and reconstruction of Ukraine's energy system. Together with international partners, we are developing the Ukrainian Business Development Fund, modeled on Germany's so-called KfW, Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, which financed Germany's reconstruction after World War II. Volodymyr, you mentioned the Marshall Fund already. When you visited me in Berlin in May, a couple of weeks ago, we agreed to take the defense industrial cooperation between our two countries to a higher level. These measures underline our confidence in Ukraine's future. And here is a second lever able to turn Ukraine's reconstruction into the economic miracle we all hope to see. That lever is Ukraine's successful European integration. To be very clear on this, we fully support Ukraine on its path to EU membership. This includes, and you know that, Volodymyr, reforms like strengthening the rule of law or fighting corruption. And we are encouraging our Ukrainian friends to keep advancing along this path, which is the path leading to freedom and prosperity within the European Union. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, mention a third quintessential lever for economic recovery. Economic growth requires freedom for the private sector to flourish. This is particularly important in the case of Ukraine because the enormous cost of reconstruction cannot be financed through public funds alone. This is why you, Volodymyr, and I, when we met in Berlin a few weeks ago, met German companies which are active in Ukraine. What I can report back from that meeting is the enormous interest of private businesses in participating in Ukraine's reconstruction. With the Business Advisory Council initiated last year in Berlin, we have an excellent tool to engaging the private sector in the reconstruction efforts. And I'd like to thank Christian Bruch, CEO of Siemens Energy, for his commitment to the Council's establishment, and I look forward to its work under the new leadership of Barbara Cimino doing this work in this Council. Many thanks for your commitment. Now today I'm pleased that, and that was already mentioned by you, Ursula, we can announce the launch of the European Flagship Fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine together with the European Union, together with the EU Commission, the European Investment Bank, with Italy, Poland and France. And I myself and the German government, we fully support its goal to mobilize large volumes of private investment for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the ultimate prerequisite for Ukraine's lasting recovery is simply peace. Ukraine is committed to achieving a just peace. But while Ukraine has agreed to an immediate ceasefire without any preconditions, Russia keeps sending daily proof that it wants to continue or even intensify its brutal war of aggression. Thousands of drones and missiles destroying civilian infrastructure, killing and terrorizing Ukrainian men, women and children. This has to end. It therefore remains our political duty to increase pressure on Russia in order to change President Putin's calculus and bring him to the negotiating table. And may I be frank from this place as well. We are preparing package number 18 within the European Union of sanctions against Russia. There is only one member state missing to agree on that. I urgently ask Slovakia and its Prime Minister to give up the resistance and to make the way free for package number 18 within the European Union. So let me end by reassuring you, Volodymyr, again, and our Ukrainian friends, that our support for your country is unwavering. Thanks to the Italian government and to you, Giorgia, for hosting this important conference. Thanks to all of you for standing with Ukraine. And finalizing, I have two messages. The one goes to Moscow and to President Putin. The message is quite simple. We will not give up. And dear friends, my second message goes to Washington, D.C. and to President Donald Trump. Stay with us and stay with the Europeans. We are on the same page. And we are looking for a stable political order in this world. We are both, the Americans and the Europeans, are part of with us. Stay with us on this side and on this page of our common history. Many thanks, dear colleagues and friends.
We are pleased to invite His Excellency Donald Tusk, Prime Minister of Poland.
Dear Presidents and Prime Ministers, dear Giorgia, dear Volodymyr and Olena, dear friends of Ukraine, there will be no recovery without victory. We are meeting here today to discuss how to help Ukraine not only to survive, but to win and to rise again. Not only in material terms, but also spiritually and socially. Ukraine's victory is a matter of security for the whole of Europe. And victory means territorial integrity, sovereignty, and, to put it simply, a just and lasting peace. Victory of Ukraine is not against other countries. It's a victory of our values and our common security. Recovery is more than just about rebuilding walls. It means returning to normal life. Recovery is a set of parallel processes: physical reconstruction, European integration, and modernization, all of them taking place together and at the same time. I deeply believe that we all now understand that this is not a war just about Ukraine. This is a war about Europe and for Europe, or perhaps even about the world and for the world as we know it. Because fault lines are appearing across the whole globe. This is a war between civilization and barbarism. My country, Poland, has already done a lot for Ukraine. The Polish society was mobilized from the very first moments of Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. This is not the time to list everything we did, but I think it's enough to mention one figure: 25 billion euros. This is what Poland has already spent in response to Russia's aggression in humanitarian aid, refugee support, and military assistance. Poland will play a special role in the recovery process. My government has developed a coherent model of support. First, investment in our infrastructure, roads, railways, and logistics, which mainly serves to help Ukraine. Second, connectivity. The Polish corridors through which 90% of military and humanitarian aid is currently flowing to Ukraine. The same routes will carry goods for the reconstruction tomorrow. Third, trade. Today, 30% of EU exports to Ukraine is coming from Poland. 30%. And trade leads to investment. Polish and Ukrainian businesses are already benefiting from the special insurance and financing instruments that have drawn a huge interest from our partners. Transport, trade, investment. This is the triangle we are building on. Because rebuilding Ukraine also means connecting it to Europe. This is the deeper meaning of connectivity. We are laying the foundation for Ukraine's future EU membership. From the perspective of Poland and many Central European states, a free and sovereign Ukraine means a more secure European Union. But Ukraine is not only a country in need. It is also a country that inspires, that teaches us courage, yes, resilience, certainly, but also innovation, the kind of technology that is already changing the battlefield: drones, autonomous systems, cyber defense. Ukraine is testing all of them already today. And NATO is learning from Ukraine and must do so even more in order to strengthen its deterrence. Poland is ready and willing to cooperate in this field, because what Ukraine is learning today may save us all tomorrow. This is why I must stress: we are at a defining moment, now, today. What we are doing now will determine where we stand 1 year from now. Will the guns pointed at Ukraine fall silent by the time we meet again during the next recovery conference? And so, from Rome, one of the cradles of our civilization, I appeal to the entire democratic world. Our consciences cannot rest while Putin attacks civilians night after night. Ending this war must be our common cause. Now is the time to begin a new chapter, the chapter of Ukraine's recovery in peace. Thank you.
We are now honoured to hear a special address by Her Excellency Olena Zelenska, First Lady of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to participate here today. So, dear attendees, esteemed heads of government, I would like to thank, first of all, the Italian government and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni for organizing this and hosting this year conference here in Italy. Thank you for your genuine concern and for your commitment, because today we're discussing not only the fate of Ukraine, but the fate of the entire region. I want to tell something about the destruction, because destruction is not only a physical concept, it is also a social one, manifesting as a hardship, security threats and mental distress. It can spread far beyond the battlefield and affect everyone. And it already has. For all these recent months, precisely as long as Russia has been stalling negotiations, the aggressor has been shelling Ukraine with particular cruelty night after night. And last night, unfortunately, was no exception. In June alone, can you imagine, in June alone, Russia launched more than 330 missiles, alongside nearly 80 ballistic ones, over 5,000 combat drones, and 5,000 aerial bombs at Ukrainian cities. The scale of destruction is difficult to describe. Yet those among our international partners who recently visited Kyiv and saw apartment buildings shattered by ballistic strikes say that they have never seen anything like this. A gaping void where floors once stood, where people once lived. In 2 residential buildings in the capital destroyed this June, more than 30 lives were lost. And nothing will bring back these people, these parents, these children, these families, their unique lives taken by the aggressor. Today I want to emphasize this above all else. What matters most in rebuilding any country is its people. Buildings without people, enterprises without people, a country without people, that is not a country, it's a memorial. In Ukraine, we have learned this through pain, and we would not wish such suffering on anyone. And so, amid fierce defense, we have made saving lives our top priority, in every sense, physical, social, and mental. Our principle is restore the individual, and they will restore everything else. Only in that order. Thank you. Today our experts will share the details of how this principle is being implemented across the recovery agenda. Allow me to briefly highlight a few areas in which I am personally involved. Mental health recovery. When a building is destroyed, what remains is not only rubble and graves. There are also hundreds of people living grief, relatives, friends, and many, many more living in anxiety and fear, knowing they could be next. According to the latest sociological studies, more than 80% of Ukrainians are living in a chronic state of stress and emotional strain. We have many internet memes about this, sad ones, of course. The kind where after yet another shelling, people write in work chats, survived, so I'm going to go to work today. Our economy continues to function thanks to millions of people who go to work after spending their nights in basements. But in those moments, the main emotions they carry are fatigue, tension, and despair. Already in the first months of the Russian invasion, Ukraine responded to this challenge with the All-Ukrainian Mental Health Program, How Are You?, which I patronize. It is a full support system in which all ministers, regions, and communities are involved and work in coordination. It is a network of services where various mental health service providers know about one another, because only in this way can a person avoid getting lost in their search for help. The key principle, mental health in all sectors and all policies, is now enshrined in law, signaling that change is irreversible. Right now, it is critically important for Ukraine not to lose momentum and to continue backing changes in state policies in this area. Much effort is also being directed towards scaling up to ensure that mental health services reach every community, and this requires support from partners. The key actor in this field is the Coordination Center of Mental Health under the Cabinet of the Ministers of Ukraine. Its representatives are part of the Ukrainian delegation here, and they are ready to respond to any of your requests and questions. When people arrive at hospitals after another Russian strike, they suffer severe injuries, blast wounds, burns, crushed limbs. Saving their lives alone is not enough. We must help them live fully again. Therefore, today, we have 11,000 rehabilitation specialists working across the country, 7 times more than in 2022. In just the last year and a half, they have helped 600,000 Ukrainians. This is also the result of state policy. Our specialists have the opportunity to learn from colleagues in the world's best clinics, for which we are deeply grateful to those clinics and to your countries. But our own expertise has also grown to the point where we can share it. For this purpose, Ukraine has launched a medical partnership that directs international cooperation between medical institutions. I invite you to join and thank those who have already become part of it. Education. You may have seen the headlines. Ukraine now has fully functioning underground schools. It's true. We have already built 15 underground schools out of 200 planned. Russia deliberately targets our educational institutions, having already destroyed 394 facilities and damaged over 3,500. I want to especially thank every international partner who helps us provide education to children and welcome the International Alliance supporting the transformation of early childhood education in Ukraine, First Steps Forward, which will be established on the sidelines of the URC today. In the early months of our defense, when Ukraine made the important decision to preserve education for our children, we also made another crucial choice: to continue the school nutrition reform. We are probably the only country implementing such a reform during wartime. But precisely in times like this, a quality school lunch becomes more than just a meal. It is also an expression of care, a form of social protection, and a support for the entire family. I have the honor of patronizing this project, a project about more than just food, about dignity and opportunities. The reform team has already modernized over 1,000 school kitchens, and more than 6,000 school cooks have been trained to prepare meals according to updated health standards. Every day, more than 1.5 million Ukrainian children receive free hot meals at school. Our healthy eating campaign has reached over 7 million Ukrainians because we believe that by cultivating healthy habits from childhood, we shape a healthy nation. Our goal is that by 2027, every child has daily access to high-quality, healthy food. To achieve this, Ukraine still needs 6,000 modernized kitchen facilities and 12,000 trained cooks. I invite you all those who feel connected to this to join us. And I also invite everyone to literally taste the reform. For the second year in a row, we present in a school meal show kitchen here at the URC. You're welcome. Barrier-free Ukraine is another humanitarian reform that Ukraine is carrying out under fire. I initiated it 5 years ago, but it has become especially relevant at this moment. It concerns everyone, the wounded, the disabled, the elderly, children, caregivers, and those suffering psychological trauma, because it is about equality, in mobility, in opportunity, even in communication. Over these years, we have introduced European standards of accessibility in construction and digital space. Each ministry leads flagship projects to enhance access to education, work, and mobility. You will hear more about this in detail today. But I want to say, war is not just a slowdown. It pushes up backward. It is always regression. So we need to defend not only against attack, but also to hold back regression. As Lewis Carroll said, it takes all the running you can do to stay the same place. Literally, even new strike increases the need for inclusive services. That is why we value your help so much. Thank you. Our special expectations today is the signing of Ukraine's associated memberships in the ESF+. The gender panel at the... access to this EU structural fund will allow us to create new initiatives for education and employment and to update labor legislation. Now, with your support, we are taking a step toward a social Europe where people, their rights, security, and well-being are at the center. Gender equality. This panel will address the issue of women as their rights and needs present a distinct challenge. Today in Ukraine, 2/3 of women with young children cannot return to work due to the current state of childcare infrastructure. At the same time, women are entering fields once dominated by men in manufacturing, logistics, and the military. Most of our social workers and entrepreneurs are women. They represent a powerful, active force that needs the right conditions to thrive. The gender panel at the URC will showcase real examples of how women, including veterans, entrepreneurs, and local leaders, are already leading recovery efforts. It is crucial that the Alliance of Countries and Organizations for Gender-Responsive and Inclusive Recovery continues to support them and helps make their efforts visible, influential, and effective. Equal opportunities, education, mental health, rehabilitation, and fulfilling childhood, all these topics I have just mentioned are also at the heart of the Olena Zelenska Foundation's work. This is another way to help Ukraine recover on a human level by supporting real people, and in our case, especially children. I'll be glad to meet with you at our stand here and share more details. Italian politician Alcide De Gasperi, who once stood against fascism, said that the future is built by the hands of those who are free from hesitation. Ukrainians facing constant threats to their lives simply have no time for hesitation. We set aside all hesitation until peaceful times. And now we act. This, by the way, is one of the mental practices that helps us to hold on. We must act, even when scared, even when it's dangerous, seeing other people, their needs, and helping them. This is the best way to get distracted from fears and anxiety, tested by Ukraine. So I ask you, in all your important and valuable projects, to put people first, those who will work with it, use it, and live with it. Just as our computer browser asks us to verify that we are not robots, we must ask ourselves, is what we do humane? I'm confident that if everyone follows the rule, people first, the world will become a better place for each of us, no matter which country we live in. Thank you.
We thank Madam Zelenska. Now the first plenary session is over. Please remain seated. In a few minutes, the second session will start.
Zelenskyy.
Jo.
Musíme všechno posouvat, přesouvat.
To je správně. Zároveň za ním musí, že musí poslední vystoupení roku.
Italian Prime Minister Meloni for organizing this conference to show that we remain united in our determination. And thank you, Prime Minister Tusk, for hosting the next conference in 2026. We hope that by then this nightmare will be over. Spain's support has been solid and continued. Since February 2022, we have committed military support worth close to 3 billion euros. We have allocated 110 million euros in humanitarian action, from building safe havens for children and teachers to supporting mobile maternity units, and we have channeled 840 million euros in financial aid. Offering safe environments to displaced Ukrainians has been also a top priority for my government. Spain hosts the fourth largest displaced community in the European Union with over 245 Ukrainians. They will soon have the Casa Ucrania at their service in the province of Alicante. But the war continues, and our support is more necessary than ever. Today I will like to reiterate my country's support to Ukraine with two announcements. First, we will open a new office for the reconstruction of Ukraine in the capital of Spain, in Madrid, to support Spain's engagement in building a better future for all Ukrainians. It will help leverage official financial instruments, ensure institutional coordination, and enable regular visits to Ukraine by private sector actors that can prove instrumental in the reconstruction and modernization efforts. And second, in the coming months, we will convene a new meeting of the Spain-Ukraine Joint Commission in Madrid, together with the Business Forum, to enable business-to-business ties. The Spanish companies are at the forefront in areas such as health, energy, water, management, railways, infrastructure, agri-food, digitalization and defense. Encouraging their participation in the reconstruction of Ukraine will tighten our bilateral relationship and nurture European stability and security. Dear colleagues, I would like to finish my statement with a message of hope. As in the recent UN conference in Seville, this meeting in Rome, the city of the European treaties and the Rome Statute, shows that multilateralism is not just relevant, it is indispensable. Europe has suffered the most atrocious war, or wars, but we're living proof that peace and international law are the only enduring path to stability and progress. That is why I am confident that Ukraine will write a new chapter of peace, security and prosperity on the continent, and will ultimately complete its journey towards full membership in the European Union. Thank you very much.
We proceed with the message from His Excellency Denis Shmyhal, Prime Minister of Ukraine, joining us remotely.
Distinguished partners and colleagues, Excellencies, dear Presidents and Prime Ministers, dear heads of European institutions, esteemed leaders of international organizations and financial institutions, dear friends, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen. We have had another very difficult night today. Russians' ballistic missiles and drones killed and injured civilians. But we stand. We stand because of our defenders and because of your unwavering support. Thank you for this. Today, we gathered for the 4th Ukraine Recovery Conference, and our shared goal is to rebuild and modernize Ukraine, overcome the consequences of a devastating war, and secure prosperity for our country, for Europe, and for the entire free world. I thank all of you who have stood with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in solidarity, side by side, through every stage of this struggle. My sincere appreciation goes to our generous host, our Italian friends, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani. Thank you. Thank you, President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for your solidarity. And thank you for your strong announcement in support of Ukraine. Grateful to President of European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, and President of European Council, Antonio Costa, for your continued support. We value the unwavering commitment of every EU member country. From the first hours of Russia's full-scale invasion, we have felt your leadership in defending the values of freedom and democracy. We are especially thankful to the United States, our strategic partner, the US President and the US Congress for bipartisan support. Together we have overcome many challenges. Together we will continue on the path to a just peace and successful recovery. Our gratitude goes to the leaders and people of the G7 countries, Your comprehensive support and every single initiative have made Ukraine stronger. To all our partners, our neighbors and nations from across the globe, thank you for standing with Ukraine during these difficult years. Despite the geographic distance, we are united in defending our common future. Special thanks to the international financial institutions. Thanks to your support, Ukraine has maintained financial stability and has the resources to defend itself and meet critical needs. We also recognize Ukrainian and international businesses for believing in our people, paying taxes, investing and working for our shared future. And of course, I thank the Ukrainian team, which works around the clock with our partners, quickly, effectively, and with unwavering commitment, for victory, for recovery, for growth. We all believe in the success of this ambitious reconstruction, the largest of its kind in Europe since the end of World War II. Dear partners, dear friends, this conference is a clear testament to our unwavering unity, and I am confident that this unity will remain. It must also translate into further joint actions, including continued and growing pressure on Russia to cut off the aggressor from the resources and means to wage this war. Sanctions imposed on the Russian Federation are working, but not yet enough. They must be further strengthened, especially against the energy and banking sector, the shadow fleet, and through the introduction of secondary sanctions, we continue to insist on the full confiscation of frozen Russian state assets. These resources must be used for Ukraine's recovery. It will be fair and it will be effective. Russia must pay for its crimes. It will pay in hard currency and in individual accountability before a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Dear friends, I am confident this gathering will be another important step toward Ukraine's successful recovery, toward global security, and toward the prosperity of the people of Europe and beyond. We are united in defense, we are united in recovery, we share common values, common goals, and a common great future. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini!
We are now very pleased to welcome His Excellency Antonio Costa, President of the European Council.
Heads of states and governments, Excellencies, Caro Antonio, dear friends, thank you for organizing this conference and for placing Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction at the heart of the international agenda. I would like to focus on 4 pillars that must shape Ukraine's path forward: peace, defense, reconstruction, and accession to the European Union. First, peace. Dear Volodymyr, let me commend your leadership in calling for an unconditional ceasefire and mobilizing all diplomatic efforts toward a just and sustainable peace. Unfortunately, Russia has responded only with more strikes, more suffering, more unjustifiable death. This must stop. From day one, the European Union has stood and will continue to stand firmly by your side to ensure a just and lasting peace. We are doing this by increasing pressure on Russia through sanctions, by strengthening Ukraine's defense, and by deploying every diplomatic tool at our disposal to restore peace in Europe. Second, defense. Supporting Ukraine's defense is not only about military strength, it's about sovereignty and the foundation of economic recovery. Ukraine's defense sector is helping to stimulate local production, create jobs, and drive innovation, strengthening the country's economy and increasing resilience. As Ukraine rebuilds, integrating these technological advances will bolster national development and help embedded Ukraine and broader European industrial and defense value chains. This is a meaningful contribution to building the Europe of defense, a path shared by all member states. As President of the European Council, I will continue to encourage member states to increase investments in Ukraine's defense sector, including through the SAFE programme, which offers concrete instruments for this effort. Third, reconstruction. Ukraine's reconstruction will require a massive sustained effort from the international community, one that matches the scale of destruction and the urgency of the moment. As Ursula already announced, Ukraine can count with the European Union. But it must also be rooted in justice. Russia must be held accountable for the devastation it has caused. The aggressor must bear responsibility for rebuilding what is sought to destroy. Reconstruction is not only about buildings, it is about people and starts at local level. Local communities, municipalities, mayors, civil society and the media are essential actors in this process. As a former mayor, I know how powerful civil society can be in meeting immediate needs, driving community-led solutions and addressing the reforms necessary for the European Union accession. The European Union, including our cities, regions and citizens, stands with you, and we will continue working with the Ukrainian people for a resilient, democratic and peaceful future. Fourth and finally, Ukraine's accession to the European Union. Enlargement is the European Union's most strategic geopolitical investment in peace, in security and in prosperity. For Ukraine, accession is a commitment to democratic values, to rule of law, good governance and peaceful and stable future. At our most recent meeting, European Union leaders acknowledged the remarkable progress Ukraine has made on reforms, even under the most difficult conditions. The Commission's assessment is clear. Ukraine has fulfilled all the necessary steps to open the first cluster of accession negotiations. Negotiations must now move forward. Ukraine's accession process will continue with the next steps guided by merit, momentum and the mutual commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine's future lies in the European Union. The European Union stands with Ukraine for peace, for defense, for reconstruction and all along the path of accession. Together, we can ensure that Ukraine not only recovers, but thrives, and in doing so, we will build a stronger, safer and more united Europe. Thank you very much.
We now invite Her Excellency Maia Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, let me begin by thanking President Zelensky for his leadership and the Ukrainian people for their extraordinary courage. Moldova understands clearly your resistance protects not only Ukraine, but Moldova as well. We do not take that for granted. And I would like to thank Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni for co-hosting this important conference and for keeping Ukraine's recovery firmly on the agenda. Planning for reconstruction while war still rages is not easy, but it sends a vital message. Ukraine is not only resisting, it is preparing to rebuild, to thrive.
Still, we must be honest. None of this will matter unless Ukraine can defend itself now. For Ukraine's recovery to happen, Ukraine must resist. And for Ukraine to resist, it needs more and faster military support. For Moldova, this is not theoretical. Ukraine is our neighbor, our partner, and our fellow future EU member. We share a long border, 1,200 kilometers. We share infrastructure, and we share a future. When the invasion began, Moldova stepped up. We hosted refugees, now 4% of our population. We sent humanitarian aid, trained Ukrainian deminers, supported solidarity lanes, and advocated for justice for war crimes. But most importantly, we understand that our security is shared. As we approach parliamentary elections and face growing Russian interference, we cannot afford for our 1,200-kilometer border with Ukraine to become a hostile one. A strong, democratic Moldova is a reliable security partner. Our stability reinforces Ukraine's, just as Ukraine's resilience strengthens ours. Moldova will also be a practical contributor to Ukraine's recovery. We are ready to serve as a key economic and logistics corridor, especially for Ukraine's south, from Odessa and Mykolaiv to Kherson, Dnipro, and Zaporizhia. We offer geographic proximity for speed, efficiency, and sustainability, secure infrastructure and transport links, a reliable, business-friendly environment. We are expanding our Danube port, building multimodal terminals, and improving roads and railways connecting Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine. We're strengthening electricity links and cross-border gas security with both Ukraine and Romania. Moldova has also significantly enhanced its own energy security, so here too partners will find stability. To our EU partners, we say, help us fast-track the infrastructure that ties us to Ukraine and to Europe. It's an investment in our shared resilience. But let me close where I began. Ukraine's ability to rebuild depends first on its ability to defend itself. That means bold, immediate, and sustained support, military, economic, and political. Ukraine has shown the courage to fight and the vision to rebuild. Moldova stands with you consistently and unconditionally. Thank you.
We're now glad to welcome to the stage His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to speak to you today, representing Czechia and recognizing our shared responsibility in responding to Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine. When we speak of Ukraine today, we rightly speak of courage and admirable resilience in defense against ongoing Russian aggression. Despite hopes earlier this year that the war might move forward a resolution, the scale and intensity of the fighting have only grown over time, with an increasing number of drone and missile attacks striking cities, critical infrastructure, and civilian targets. Last night was just another evidence of Russian barbarism. Even as the war rages on, and there is definitely no time to slow down our support to Ukraine, another challenge requires our full attention, no less strategic than defense and just as politically decisive, and that challenge is reconstruction of Ukraine. Even though peace is not yet in sight, we need to prepare for the day after. When the guns fall silent, we must already be in motion, with plans, resources and partnerships ready to be activated. Ukraine's future will depend on whether the country becomes a place where people can see their own chances, a country worth investing in, returning to and rebuilding. This is why reconstruction needs to support economic stabilization, modernization and Ukraine's integration with the EU. It must help create the kind of future people choose to return to. A reference to the Marshall Plan made by Volodymyr Zelenskiy is more than symbolic. In 1947, my country was invited to join the original post-Second World War plan, and then forced by Moscow to walk away. That moment delayed our return to Europe for decades. Today, Moscow again claims the right to decide where Europe ends. But this time, that claim will not stand. Ukraine has chosen its path, and we stand with her choice. A modern Marshall Plan should reflect that choice, not just as a tool for reconstruction, but as a political commitment to Ukraine's future as part of Europe. The foundations of this effort already exist. The Ukraine Plan, the EU's EU-Ukraine facility, the impressive work of the Ukrainian government, the European Commission and the international partners. But these are only the building blocks. What we need now is a broader, more ambitious framework, one that brings together public leadership, private capital, institutional reforms and strategic vision. Let me outline the main pillars of such a strategy, not as an exhaustive list, but as a political architecture built on key areas we believe are essential. First, we need a broader political coalition, one that brings together the EU and its member states with democratic partners such as the United States, UK, Canada, Japan and others. Reconstruction on this scale must be built on shared responsibility and strategic alignment. Second, it is necessary to move from fragmented coordination to real governance, with a decision-making center capable of setting priorities, managing resources, and ensuring delivery and oversight. This also means deploying a single digital platform to make all projects visible, traceable, and transparent for citizens, investors, and partners alike. Third, reconstruction must be driven by private investment. There is sufficient capital in global markets to finance Ukraine's recovery. The challenge is to unlock it. This requires strong, well-targeted incentives, concessional finances, guarantees, risk insurance, and regulatory stability, all embedded in a broader framework with ESG standards and reliable public funding. Public resources will play a catalyst role in this effort. We should consider mobilizing joint EU instruments, such as, for example, common borrowing and the use of frozen Russian sovereign assets to support the recovery efforts. Fourth, Ukraine's recovery should go hand in hand with its gradual integration into the European single market, not only as a long-term destination, but as a driver of short-term growth, reform and investor confidence. At the same time, we must invest in Ukraine's ability to absorb and sustain this transformation. That means building institutional capacity from public procurement to local governance, and supporting human capital through education, training and knowledge transfer. Fifth, we must match resources with capabilities, enabling countries to contribute where they bring the most value. And we must also combine Ukrainian leadership with clear accountability mechanisms to ensure that ownership and transparency go hand in hand. Finally, it is essential to commit ourselves politically and financially to support the regions that have suffered most. Because the hardest hit regions are not just scenes of destructions. They must also become centers of recovery. Let me now speak briefly about Czechia's role in our collective effort. We are not just advocating for a Marshall Plan. We are already acting, supporting recovery during the war and on the ground. Our work is focused particularly on the Dnipropetrovsk and Kharkiv regions, where we have helped restore access to clean water, strengthen decentralized energy systems, and maintain vital public services under war conditions. Just a few weeks ago, we signed a landmark trilateral partnership with Taiwan. This project will bring safe drinking water to over 380,000 people in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. It also delivers a number of cogeneration units providing electricity and heating. This model is exactly how like-minded democracies can work together where help is most needed. We are also leading efforts in healthcare reconstructions. Through the EU's Ukraine facility, 2 Czech programs have been selected under the investment pillar, one to modernize 6 hospitals across Ukraine, and another one to support investment in critical infrastructure with a particular focus on the energy sector. Since the war began, Czechia has welcomed hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians into our society. Over 53,000 children have been integrated into our elementary schools. We have trained bilingual assistants, psychologists, and teachers to help make this transition work. Over 7,000 Ukrainian students are now enrolled in Czech universities. We are working with Ukrainian partners to develop joint academic programs in key areas such as cybersecurity, energy, environment, and public finances. We also offer targeted support for teacher training and trauma care, drawing on Czech experience in mental health and post-crisis recovery. These efforts are not temporary. They are part of a lasting investment in the skills and confidence Ukraine will need to recover. To end with, I wish to reiterate that the Central Europeans know what it means to miss an opportunity, to be denied a place in the reconstruction of our own continent. This is why it is so important to make sure that Ukraine does not suffer the same fate. Ukraine's recovery is not just about rebuilding the country. It is a strategic investment in Europe's future, in our stability, and in the credibility of what we stand for. Much has already begun, but the scale of the task demands that we stay focused, stay ambitious, and move forward together. Thank you.
We are honored to now welcome His Most Eminent Highness John Timothy Dunlap, Prince and Grand Master of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address on behalf of the Sovereign Order of Malta this most distinguished audience. We're here today at this conference, which is of utmost importance to the free and democratic world, to discuss the subject of the recovery of Ukraine. I sincerely thank Their Excellencies Prime Minister Meloni and President Zelensky for their kind invitation. The Sovereign Order of Malta and Ukraine established diplomatic relations back in 2008. Well before this, however, in 1990, months before Ukraine's declaration of independence in August 1991, the order founded its National Relief Corps to serve the needs of the Ukrainian people. Since then, in fact, since the very beginning of post-Soviet Ukraine, the order has been deeply rooted in the social fabric and the civil society of Ukraine. Our Relief Corps is composed of Ukrainian citizens. Time and time again, these courageous men and women overcome huge challenges and take on extremely high risks to bring relief to a suffering people. This has been especially true in the last 3 years, as the world has witnessed an escalation of the war, and with it, seemingly endless human tragedies. Soon after the outbreak of the conflict, the Order of Malta facilitated the creation of humanitarian corridors. These corridors were meant to enable the vulnerable civilian population to escape the death and destruction relentlessly bearing down on them in their villages and towns. They were the result of joint efforts on the part of the Order's Relief Corps in Ukraine, a number of the Order's Relief Corps based in neighboring countries, and in coordination with our embassy in Kiev. With the support of Maltese International, the Order has also been focused on the treatment of people who suffer from severe mental illness and psychological distress as a consequence of wartime. Make no mistake, it is women, children, the disabled, and the elderly, the most vulnerable, who suffer the most from war-related violence. Although often overlooked, this war is taking a tremendous psychological toll on the Ukrainian population. Apart from coping with physical loss of homes, the obliteration of entire towns, and the complete disruption of normal daily living patterns, the psychological trauma caused by these tragedies is frequently underestimated. Through Maltese International and the Order's other resources, we are doing our best to address this issue. We all know that the Ukrainian population is suffering immensely. We all know the consequences for Ukrainian civilians and non-military infrastructure, housing, and hospitals when they are targeted for destruction. We all know the damage that has been done and that continues to be done to people who are deliberately targeted and terrorized. And we all know that for many years to come, Ukrainians will live not only with physical disabilities, but also with deep psychological scars that will not heal easily or quickly. As I said, the dramatic traumas of war on the most vulnerable segments of the population will unfortunately have long-lasting effects. We should be prepared to make this treatment for these traumas a priority for this foreseeable future, hopefully in the context of the reconstruction of Ukraine. It is clear to us that in any given situation, there is an unbreakable link between what we are able to do on the ground and the preservation and respect for international law. Without the protective umbrella of international law, which particularly, especially the principles of rules that govern international humanitarian law, our crisis and relief work would be dangerously exposed to opponents. As such, let me make the position of the Order of Malta absolutely clear in this regard. We appealed to the provisions of international humanitarian law and declare that the deliberate targeting of civilians and relief operators, as well as the planned destruction of social services and infrastructure, are totally unacceptable. No effort should be spared to reaffirm the imperatives of international humanitarian law and the principles protecting human lives and dignity in all circumstances. In light of the above, the Order of Malta firmly believes that the conflict in Ukraine should end as soon as possible, and that the war and devastation should give way to diplomacy and negotiation. I commend the organizers for having included the human dimension in this fundamental component of this conference, and one of the cornerstones of recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. With respect to the human dimension of the war, we believe that there are several critical areas that should be of the highest priority. These are the conditions of orphans and children, the need for ensuring the best and most comprehensive treatment of those left physically disabled, and the recognition and treatment of many psychological wounds that this tragic war has caused. Bring a just end to this conflict, an end that is based on international humanitarian principles, is a priority for everyone here today. I can assure you that the Order of Malta will continue to work toward this goal of supporting international law and international humanitarian law by deploying its resources on the ground and by lifting up its voice for an international prayer for peace. Thank you very much.
We now invite His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania.
Well, I promise to be atypically short. My dear sister Giorgia has reminded everyone today that all roads lead to Rome. And dear Antonio, it has been a great experience, the joyful, chaotic and peaceful crossroads you organized here to show everyone that there is no safer place than Italy, where all security and protocol divisions are meaningless. And I'm sure that even Volodymyr has enjoyed the bath of humanity in the Nuvola, where all his bodyguards, for the first time since the war, felt completely useless. So what to say? Albania is a very small country, modest resources, no power to change much in the battlefield, but we have been and we will be together with Italy and the European friends and partners whenever and wherever Ukraine will need us to be. And as we were told to speak only 3 minutes, and I want to lead by example at the end, I just want to say that whomever spoke before me and whomever will speak after me has said and will say enough for me to not be able to add anything interesting for your time to be spent. So, however, I want to share with you in this city that not long ago gave the farewell to a great man of peace named Pope Francis, that while supporting Ukraine to fight and also to rebuild, we should do our best to not leave peace in the second row of our thoughts. we should not leave the word peace divide further our democratic societies and alienate further parts of our societies and fuel dissent among our societies. And we should not let anyone also out of the democratic Europe borders lecture us, the European community, about what peace is and how peace sounds like. We are not a community of warmongers, and Ukraine is nor the aggressor and neither the perpetrator of that bloody war at the gates of Europe every day and night. No one has a magic formula, of course, and myself far less so. Just talking about peace does not make the war stop, and other makes Vladimir Putin a peace lover. Nevertheless, I want to conclude by sharing with you the belief that while we are doing all the right things to not let Ukraine down, we will not be strong enough to end this war and save Ukraine if we will not have our own bold, credible, and attractive plan for peace. Peace is the only future Europe can talk about. And as the late Pope Francis once said, in Rome, I feel the presence not of the past, but of the future. Thank you.
We're now pleased to welcome His Excellency Dick Schoof, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was just 2 weeks ago that some of us met in The Hague for the NATO summit. Over those 2 days, we spoke about peace, freedom and security in Europe. And more importantly, we spoke about our commitment to supporting Ukraine, because their security is key for our security. And here we are, just 2 weeks later, and the urgency continues to build. On a daily basis, we see Russia attacking civilian targets, killing and wounding people throughout Ukraine. The images are horrific. They bolster us in our conviction that our support for Ukraine is now more critical than ever. We are here today to put our words into action, to show what we actually mean when we say that we stand with Ukraine. I can assure you that the Netherlands' support for Ukraine, politically, financially, militarily and moral, remains undiminished. In the spring, my government announced allocation of 3.5 billion euros to support Ukraine. 3.1 billion of that total for military support, including drones and air defense. And we recognize that other forms of support are also crucial for Ukraine to sustain this heroic war efforts. For example, the macro-financial assistance provided through the European Union. But more is needed. And that's why it's so important that we gathered here today to reinforce our efforts on Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. Today, I can announce that the Netherlands will provide a new non-military support package to Ukraine amounting to 150 million euros for 2026, of which 30 million euros is for the Ukraine Partnership Facility. This facility supports just businesses and organizations that are interested in working on Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. What's more, the Netherlands will also provide an additional 52 million euros non-military support for 2025. These funds are intended to urgent repairs to Ukraine's energy and drinking water infrastructure. The winter may seem a long way off, but we need to prepare during summertime. We aim to support Ukraine throughout in-kind donations, including surplus equipment for our Groningen gas fields, to restore gas infrastructure in Ukraine, and we will invest in repairs to the country's power grid too. In addition, I'm delighted to announce that the Netherlands is also allocating €20 million to Ukraine's cyber resilience. This support will help Ukraine prevent cyber attacks, allowing it better protect government IT systems and mitigate cyber incidents quickly and effectively. And last but not least, the Netherlands is helping Ukraine to rebuild a pediatric hospital, the Clinical Central for Children's Healthcare in Lviv. In partnership with our Princess Maxima Center, this modern healthcare facility focuses on life-saving care for children in the field of neuro-oncology. And we believe it's crucial to ensure continuity of care for children who are not only faced with war, but also affected by life-threatening disease. This reflects our strong commitment to supporting the Ukrainian people and bolstering its economy. We will do our part, and we trust others will do the same, now and in the future, just as we promised 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
We now invite His Excellency Keith Kellogg, Special Envoy of the President of the United States of America.
Good afternoon. Prime Minister Meloni, President Zelenskyy, President von der Leyen, colleagues, good morning. It's an honor to be with you today and this week. I've been here all morning, and before we get a little bit further, I would like to say a comment was made by the great Chancellor of Germany, Chancellor Merz, to Donald J. Trump, and he said it in my native language, which is English. To Donald J. Trump, stay with us and stay the course. Auf Deutsch, wir sind hier. In German, we are here. As we pursue peace between Russia and Ukraine, it is imperative that a full cessation of hostilities be followed immediately by a comprehensive reconstruction effort for Ukraine. Russia's war on Ukraine has brought destruction of an enormous magnitude for Ukraine. Russia has destroyed Ukrainian cities, and its actions have ignited broader energy, security, agricultural, food, refugee, and economic crisis. The attacks just this past week in their enormity are simply horrific. Schools, hospitals, apartments, and other civilian infrastructure have all been subject to Russian attacks, resulting in the senseless killing of Ukrainian civilians, including women and children. This must stop. After multiple years of war, continued casualties on both sides have surpassed millions, numbers that are unheard of since World War II. This level of death and destruction, again not seen since World War II, is a guiding motivation behind President Trump's mandate to achieve peace in this deadly conflict, a just peace. The destruction caused by the war is also why the United States is partnering with Ukraine to see a full restoration of this nation following a peace settlement. The United States recognizes that rebuilding Ukraine will be an enormous yet critical task that will have implications on the broader European region. We also recognize that the reconstruction of Ukraine goes well beyond just rebuilding the physical infrastructure of Ukraine, as it entails addressing the social and economic impacts of the war as well. This includes safely bringing back all Ukrainian refugees, securing the return of all illegally kidnapped Ukrainian children, ensuring that veterans of Ukraine's armed forces are given the proper care for their rehabilitation back into Ukrainian society, and undergoing a comprehensive demining operation to ensure safety for all Ukrainians in the future. On the economic side, future investments into Ukraine depend on a stable security situation. Investors need confidence, and investors need assurance that any peace deal reached will provide long-term security. That is why our efforts to secure peace are not set on just getting to a temporary ceasefire, but is instead focused on reaching a comprehensive and permanent peace settlement. All of these efforts must be addressed in any reconstruction effort. Toward that aim, the fundamental question that this conference raises is how can we, as an alliance, foster the reconstruction of Ukraine in such a way that Ukraine's sovereignty, security, and long-term political and economic stability are all guaranteed. The United States and Europe has faced such a challenge before. It has been spoken about. In the aftermath of World War II, the United States and our European allies had to transform war-torn regions back into functioning nation-states. We can see the success of such efforts, most notably with the European Recovery Plan, known to us as the Marshall Plan. In recognition that a stable Western Europe was a vital priority to America's own interests, President Truman and his Secretary of State, George C. Marshall, invested both in the reconstruction efforts and the economies of Western European nations. This paved the way for economic partnerships between the United States and European nations that are still active today. The United States and Europeans can lead such an effort again with Ukraine, and we are already seeing progress toward this aim. The Economic Partnership Agreement, as well as the Reconstruction Investment Fund, recently signed between the United States and Ukraine, highlights the strengthening partnership between our two nations and resembles the very key tenets of the Marshall Plan that led to the restoration of Europe decades ago. Additionally, the recent actions by France to replace a previous multinational investment spotlights the growing partnership between Ukraine and Western Europe, and I commend France for this action that will promote sovereignty over the interests of globalism. As we continue efforts to shape the vision for the future reconstruction of Ukraine, we should all operate on a unified set of principles that will guide a recovery plan for Ukraine. I would offer to you today that a central tenet of any Ukraine reconstruction effort be based on the preservation of nation-state sovereignty and democratic rule by the people of Ukraine. In the United States, the opening line of our Constitution is, "We the people." It is a clear signal that our constitutional republic is accountable to the citizens of our nation, and that our government works to protect and advance the interests of our own people and nation's sovereignty. I raised the issue of national sovereignty and democratic system of governance today in the context of the reconstruction of Ukraine, because in times when nations must rebuild and recover from devastation, nations are uniquely vulnerable. Historically, we have witnessed war-torn nations becoming victims to the interests of external actors during a reconstruction phase. We saw this in the Reconstruction era following the wars in Iraq and the wars in Afghanistan, as outside corporations and entities exploited the vulnerability of these war-torn countries and their interim governments for profit. There is also a political vulnerability that nations face during times of reconstruction, as building a nation back from devastation and destruction ultimately prevents a choice of which a pathway a country will choose. Each of the nations represented here today have faced such political vulnerability. As nations work to rebuild and recover from the economic and political hardships caused by even the recent COVID-19 pandemic, an international effort known as Build Back Better, that initiative came to prominence within the multilateral bodies of the United Nations, World Health Organization, World Economic Forum, and across other nations. The idea behind this initiative was that since a global event eroded our normal political and economic systems, there was an opportunity to build back new systems of governance. These previous initiatives that continue today introduced a different system of global governments, such as the advancement of sustainment and sustainable development goals. It advanced across nation states the stakeholder capitalism model, which empowers multinational firms to influence the social and political systems for citizens of sovereign-born and sovereign nation states outside of a normal democratic process through environmental, social, governance investing, commonly known today as ESG investing. It has also initiated broader transformational digital transformation of society where technocracy supersedes or overcomes citizens' rights. In building back from hardship, each of these proposals are the empowerment of an unelected multilateral body and global governance models that are further removed from the rights and interests of the citizens of sovereign nation states. I reference these examples today because the same initiatives have been recommended for the reconstruction of Ukraine, presenting a choice of how Ukraine will rebuild its society. Therefore, as we build Ukraine back from devastation and destruction, it is a critical time of choosing. It's a time of choosing for the Ukrainian people and her international partners, of which we are all a part. Which type of nation will Ukraine be built back to? In his 2018 address to the United Nations General Assembly, President Trump remarked that, quote, "Around the world, responsible nations must defend against threats to sovereignty, not just from global governance, but also from other new forms of coercion and domination," end quote. It is this same principle that I encourage today for Ukraine and Ukraine's partners to uphold in our efforts to rebuild a sovereign Ukraine. Namely, that we prioritize reconstruction efforts that will empower local governments, foster entrepreneurship amongst the Ukrainian people in a free market economy, and promote accountable decision-making through duly elected government. These efforts will help ensure a sovereign Ukraine, which prioritizes a system of checks and balances, transparency, and the democratic rule of law. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to hearing from the leaders represented here today and the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
We are now honoured to welcome His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta.
Good afternoon to all. Excellencies, distinguished guests. I would like first of all to congratulate Italy and Ukraine for the successful organization of this conference. Colleagues, more than 1,200 days have passed since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And yet, despite Ukraine's clear readiness for peace and the efforts of the United States and others to secure a ceasefire, Russia continues its relentless attacks on the Ukrainian people, their homes, and civilian infrastructure. In the face of these attacks, the extraordinary resilience of the Ukrainian government and people commands our deepest respect. Your strength continues to inspire our collective commitment to peace and to Ukraine's recovery. Malta stands firmly with Ukraine in this vital endeavour. Malta remains fully committed to working with European and international partners to support the Ukrainian people. This includes meeting basic needs, strengthening energy infrastructure, particularly grids and renewables, to ensure long-term energy security, and advancing reconstruction with greater private sector involvement. We are proud to have contributed to the Ukraine's energy security and local reconstruction efforts. From the start of the war, Malta has provided humanitarian relief, and we remain committed to supporting Ukraine's recovery for as long as necessary. One area where Malta continues to play a meaningful role is through our diplomatic efforts. Building on our term on the United Nations Security Council and on our OSCE's chairpersonship, Ukraine remains a top priority for Malta's presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. We are firmly committed to justice and accountability for Ukraine as essential pillars for a lasting peace that is grounded in international law. The recent agreement of a few days ago between the Council of Europe and Ukraine to establish the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine marks a major step towards justice and a powerful affirmation of multilateralism. Malta strongly supports this tribunal, not only to ensure accountability and reparations, but also to support Ukraine's long-term reconstruction. We share a collective responsibility. Aggression must not go unpunished, and impunity must never prevail. As we pursue these goals, we must not lose sight of those most vulnerable, especially children. Just yesterday, a high-level stock-taking conference on the children of Ukraine was organized in Strasbourg under the auspices of the Maltese Presidency. This reflects our commitment to keeping their needs at the heart of recovery efforts. Excellencies, dear friends, I want to close with a message of hope. In the face of ceaseless attacks, Ukraine has indeed showed the world the true meaning of courage, resilience, and determination. Malta and the international community stand in full solidarity with Ukraine in its pursuit of peace, justice, and recovery. By taking a comprehensive approach, addressing human needs, economic renewal, and rebuilding at the regional and local level, we can secure Ukraine's European future and build a recovery that is lasting, inclusive, and just. Thank you.
It is now a pleasure to invite His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'll try to be brief because I want to show respect to all of you, and in particular to my colleagues who have been patiently waiting their turn. We gather today in Rome not only as friends of Ukraine, but as defenders of the values that bind Europe together. Ukraine's courageous resistance, now in its 4th year, is not only a fight for national sovereignty, but also for democracy, dignity and freedom. And by coming together to support Ukraine's recovery, we reaffirm a fundamental conviction that resilience, when reinforced by solidarity, paves the way for renewal. Greece stands firmly with the people of Ukraine, and our message is clear and consistent from the very beginning of this atrocious war. Borders cannot be changed by force, and aggression must never be rewarded. And we must increase our collective pressure on Russia with the aim of securing a just ceasefire, ultimately a fair and lasting peace, and one that respects Ukraine's territorial integrity and its European future. And I commend Italy for hosting this important conference. Over the past 3 years, the Ukraine recovery conferences have shown what we can achieve when we act together. But the road ahead requires greater coordination, and it certainly requires stronger commitment, both in Europe and globally. Ukraine needs a long-term reconstruction strategy, one that reflects the scale of destruction and the depth of the sacrifice that the Ukrainian people have made. The 4 focus areas today, business, human capital, regional recovery and EU integration, are interlinked pillars of this success. Progress in each demands both ownership by Ukraine and cooperation amongst partners. Despite the immense hardship the country has to endure, Ukraine has demonstrated remarkable macroeconomic resilience, as well as adapting to the demanding prerequisites of the EU accession process. At the European level, we have been steadfast in our support to Ukraine, and the Ukraine facility remains a vital instrument in the reconstruction effort. It must be backed by the necessary resources and the necessary political will. However, we know that public funding is not enough. We must bring the private sector fully on board in this reconstruction effort, and this means creating the right conditions, mitigating risk, providing guarantees, building strong and transparent institutions that investors can trust. And only through these synergies between states, institutions, and businesses across borders can we lay the foundations for a resilient and prosperous Ukraine. Greece is particularly focused on southern Ukraine, and especially the city of Odessa, a city which has deep historical ties to my country and is a strategic hub of importance in the Black Sea. Greece is committed to supporting its recovery and future, and we see southern Ukraine as a vital link between the Black Sea, southeastern Europe and the Mediterranean. As I recently emphasized in Odessa, we envision a strategic connectivity corridor between the Greek port of Alexandroupoli and the city of Odessa, integrating energy, transport and trade, a project that serves both Ukraine's recovery and Europe's broader energy and economic resilience. Together with our partners in the region, we are already contributing, helping to advance Ukraine's energy security through the vital vertical corridor, a critical infrastructure project with significant potential. Greek companies are represented here today as stepping forward, exploring partnerships in key sectors, from clean and green energy to infrastructure, health services, logistics, maritime transport, and defense. In all this, our goal is clear: to contribute meaningfully to the rapid, tangible reconstruction of a free, sovereign, and democratic Ukraine. As our countries did after the war, my country was ravaged not only by the Second World War, but also by a civil war, and we managed to rebuild ourselves with significant American assistance at the time. And I commend the comments that I heard from the American representative that Europe and the United States will stand hand in hand, not only in securing the vital peace, but also in building a free and prosperous Ukraine. Thank you.
We now invite His Excellency Petteri Orpo, Prime Minister of the Republic of Finland.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank Prime Minister Giorgia and President Zelenskyy for organizing this conference. We all share the same goal, supporting Ukraine and the brave Ukrainians in overcoming Russia's brutal war. Ukraine's independence and sovereignty must remain at the heart of our efforts. It is our duty to continue our strong support for Ukraine for as long as necessary. You can count on Finland in this regard. We have today published our country programme for development cooperation in Ukraine for 2025 to 2028. Supporting the civilian sector is vital to the resilience of the entire Ukrainian nation. I saw this with my own eyes when visiting Kyiv a little over a month ago. Despite the ongoing war, Ukrainians have set their sights on the future, embracing hope and the promise of reconstruction. This vision goes beyond simply repairing the damage caused by the war. Reconstruction is not only a process of recovery, but a powerful opportunity for renewal. Finland has developed new instruments to engage Finnish companies in Ukraine's reconstruction efforts, while bringing EU standards and expertise to support Ukraine's European integration. We are already seeing the first Finnish investments, and the number of Finnish companies present in Ukraine is steadily increasing. In Finland, preparedness forms the backbone of our security strategy. We believe that true security is built together with a whole-of-society approach. This is why Finland has launched an international coalition on civil protection shelters together with Ukraine. Ukraine aims to build more than 10,000 new civil defense shelters over the next 10 years. The shelter coalition will coordinate international support for building a sustainable, scalable and resilient civil protection shelter system aligned with Ukraine's national objectives. And I welcome all interested partners to join the coalition through the European Union's Ukraine facility. Despite the war, Ukraine is making steady progress on its European path. We, members of the European Union, must respond with unity and clear commitment to Ukraine's future in the European Union. That is where Ukraine belongs. Thank you.
We now invite His Excellency Milojko Spajić, Prime Minister of Montenegro.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today in the eternal city of Rome, we gather to reaffirm our shared commitment. International law and the sovereign will of nations must prevail over violence and coercion. Democratic values are the foundation of the modern world, and the democratic world cannot and will not tolerate the reckless act of aggression against the sovereign and internationally recognized state. For the fourth time, the leaders of the free world convened to express their unwavering support for Ukraine in its fight for freedom. This is not only Ukraine's struggle, it is a shared fight for the future of Europe and the entire democratic world. I sincerely hope that throughout today's summit, we will forge new models of cooperation and develop innovative approaches to support the courageous people of Ukraine. Guided by its historical commitment to freedom, Montenegro extended a helping hand to our friends in Ukraine from the very first moment of aggression, within, obviously, the limits of capabilities and our size of a country. We will remain steadfast in that position for as long as support is needed. Montenegro was the first country outside of the EU to adopt a legal framework for temporary protection, entry and residence of persons from Ukraine on its territory. Moreover, when measured per capita, Montenegro ranks among the countries that have received the highest number of refugees from Ukraine and gave the most financial support, demonstrating our humanitarian responsibility, solidarity, and dedication to the universal values of human rights protection. We fully welcome and support all international efforts aimed at finding a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Ukraine. We support the ongoing discussions within European institutions and international forums regarding mechanisms to ensure justice for the victims of the aggression. Justice may be slow, but it's attainable. We, from the Balkans and from the former Yugoslavia, understand that all too well. Additionally, we support all financial measures aimed at limiting the sources of funding for the aggression. A peaceful resolution, in our view, must be fair and acceptable primarily to the Ukrainian side as the victim of aggression. Regarding Ukraine's recovery, we stand ready to provide all available capacities to help Ukraine return to normalcy as swiftly as possible. Distinguished colleagues, with hope for a swift return to peace, I wish us all a productive conference, one that delivers real solutions and brings Ukraine closer to the peaceful, prosperous future its people deserve. Thank you so much.
We are honoured to now invite His Excellency Christian Michal, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia.
Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Recovery and rebuilding starts with just peace and Russian accountability financially and individually before tribunal. Today I'd like to focus on 3 points. First, let's be clear. Ukraine is fighting a force that outnumbers them, and yet they stand firm. Ukrainians are not just defending their land. They are defending the idea of free nation decides its own future. In doing so, they are fighting to protect European and global freedom. For us and Ukraine, there's no plan B, only decisive and ultimate victory. Second, Ukraine's needs for reconstruction are enormous. Ukraine cannot bear this cost alone, nor should it. Our message has been crystal clear. Russia must pay for the damages it has caused. And we already have the source, frozen Russian assets. At the same time, I urge all allies to step up, pledge more, and deliver faster. And third, Estonia leads by example. Since day one, we have made our choice and supported Ukraine. Estonia is the world's largest supporter per capita, contributing 2.6% of our GDP to Ukraine. Recovery takes more than money, needs coordination. That is why we launched the Tallinn mechanism, co-funded the IT Coalition for Military Assistance, and strengthened civilian cybersecurity. Estonian experience shows that reconstruction is possible already during the war. Our cooperation in the Žitomer Oblast, from modern family homes to smarter social systems, proves that investing in people matters. We all deliver hope. We have a lot more to share from our reform experience, including in digital and governance. And at the same time, we have a lot to learn from Ukraine's resilience and courage. Together, we can help Ukraine win the war, rebuild its country, become a member of EU and NATO. And to seal this commitment, Estonia, together with our Ukrainian friends, will host Ukraine Recovery Conference in 2027. And we invite you all, governments, businesses, everybody, to join us in Tallinn. Thank you.
Please welcome His Excellency Rosen Zhelyaskov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, today I'm very pleased and grateful for have the opportunity to participate in this conference. Every one of you knows this proverb, si vis pacem para bellum. I think that the outcome of this conference is the new proverb, si vis pacem para pacem. That means if we want peace, we have to be prepared for the peace. The scale of devastation in Ukraine is immense, with the total cost of reconstruction and recovery over the next decade nearly 3 times Ukrainian GDP. Our collective commitment is to help Ukraine not just rebuild, but to build back better, creating a truly modern and resilient nation that is deeply integrated into the European future based on the following pillars. Firstly, restoring critical infrastructure with immediate priorities to repair the energy system, transport links and essential services like water and sanitation. Bulgaria is prepared to assist Ukraine in this endeavor. As one of only 2 EU member states with a Black Sea coastline, Bulgaria holds a significant responsibility opportunity to shape Black Sea policy within the European framework. Bulgaria is strategically positioned to coordinate cross-sectoral recovery initiatives encompassing areas such as energy, navigation and port security, climate resilience, hydrology and marine biology. The new EU strategic approach for a secure, prosperous and resilient Black Sea region comes at a critical moment. It offers a platform to integrate economic, environmental and defense cooperation among EU member states and regional partners, including Ukraine, Turkey and Georgia. Improving connectivity in our region requires investment and in train links and road transport as a means of promoting intermodality. A direct rail link between Odessa in Black Sea and Alexandroupolis on the Aegean Sea will shorten transit times and open up additional opportunities for Ukraine's export. Secondly, as far as energy connectivity is concerned, I'm pleased to announce that at the end of May, the construction of the vertical gas corridor was officially launched. This key project will facilitate the transmission of gas in a south to north direction, thereby strengthening Ukraine's energy security. Bulgarian business have significant potential to contribute to the post-war recovery of Ukraine. It's essential to establish an attractive, transparent and predictable business environment to unlock the vast potential of both domestic and foreign investment. We commend Ukraine's continuous efforts to enhance the rule of law and combat corruption, as these reforms are essential for building investor confidence and ensuring that every euro and every dollar invested generates maximum impact. To ensure that Ukraine's recovery becomes a true success story, we should anchor it to European integration, as this has proven to be a long-term incentive for both institutional modernization and business growth. And allow me to express my gratitude to Prime Minister Meloni that gave the opportunity in this conference to show us the luce nel tunnel. Grazie.
To conclude this session, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States and International Organizations for the Holy See.
Your Excellencies, distinguished representatives and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Ukraine. On behalf of the Holy See, I would like to express my gratitude to Italy for hosting this conference. After Lugano, London and Berlin, the journey now continues in Rome, the city from which the late Pope Francis and now Pope Leo XIV have repeatedly raised their voices for peace and in defense of the dignity of every human person. The Holy See is convinced that material reconstruction will only be successful if it is accomplished by an authentic rebuilding of the human and spiritual fabric of the country. From the beginning of the conflict and up to date, ecclesial solidarity has been expressed in various initiatives. Here I will mention just a few examples. The Bambino Gesù Children's Hospital has provided medical care to approximately 3,000 Ukrainian children. Caritas Ukraine and Caritas Spes have reached over 4 million people with food aid, emergency housing and psychosocial support. The Office of Papal Charities coordinated more than 260 truck convoys of basic necessities to various cities. The humanitarian aid provided by Caritas and the other Catholic organizations can be estimated at over 500 million euros. Rebuilding, first of all, means mending hearts, relationships and trust. In light of this, we propose some paths for a truly integral reconstruction. The person at the center. Rebuilding Ukraine means first and foremost restoring hope to its children. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church has already opened a mental health center in Kyiv. The Latin Catholic Church also runs a rehabilitation center in Chemyetsky. The ICMC, together with the local church, has implemented psychosocial programs in Ternopil, trained seminarians, and continues to fund facilities such as the House. Rebuilding Ukraine is a task that no country can tackle alone. This conference demonstrates the power of cooperation. The Holy See, faithful to its mission, remains available to facilitate the resolution of humanitarian issues. We do not claim to replace political actors, but we offer the silent diplomacy that places the dignity of the person above all calculations. In his address, Angelus address on the 29th of June, Pope Leo XIV said, "Let the weapons be silenced and let us work for peace through dialogue." Today, let us allow these words of the Pope to guide our commitment. Let us ensure that this Ukraine Recovery Conference becomes a concrete sign of hope, capable of lifting the heart of Ukraine. Together, let us restore dignity, rebuild communities, and lay solid foundations for a future of peace and prosperity. And I thank you for your attention.
We now invite His Excellency Giancarlo Giorgetti, Minister of Economy and Finance of Italy. We now invite His Excellency Giancarlo Giorgetti, Minister of Economy and Finance of Italy.
Gentili partecipanti, stimati oratori, signore e signori, è un grande onore per me incontrarvi qui a Roma in occasione della conferenza sulla ricostruzione dell'Ucraina e voglio iniziare con un saluto particolare ai partecipanti di quella che sarà la sessione finanziaria a cui non potrò partecipare, dovendo partecipare ai lavori del Senato concomitanti, e in particolare il Ministro delle Finanze dell'Ucraina, Sergei Marchenko, e il Ministro delle Finanze del Canada, François-Philippe Champagne, Presidente di turno del G7, oltre che ovviamente al Commissario europeo Valdis Dombrovskis, a Nadia Calvino, Presidente della Banca degli Investimenti Europea, e Odile Renaud-Bassot, Presidente della Banca Europea per la Ricostruzione e lo Sviluppo, Carlo Monticelli, Governatore della Banca di Sviluppo del Consiglio d'Europa, e il Direttore Generale delle Operazioni per l'Ucraina del Gruppo Banca Mondiale, Anna Biger. Vorrei inoltre esprimere il mio personale apprezzamento al collega ucraino Sergei Marchenko, che ha dato costantemente prova di eccezionale dedizione e leadership nell'affrontare le sfide senza precedenti che si sono succedute a partire dall'inizio dell'invasione russa sul territorio ucraino. Ci tengo inoltre a veicolare un messaggio di solidarietà e ammirazione per il popolo ucraino, un popolo coraggioso e determinato nel difendere il proprio territorio e soprattutto la propria identità. Vorrei che il nostro comune e indiscusso impegno a favore della ripresa e la ricostruzione dell'Ucraina si traduca in un importante messaggio di speranza per il presente e fondamento di futura prosperità. Il protrarsi di questo tragico conflitto, d'altra parte, ci costringe a mantenere o addirittura intensificare i nostri sforzi, e questo evento vuole rappresentare l'occasione per mobilitare risorse finanziarie e assistenza tecnica a sostegno della ricostruzione ucraina, ma anche fornire un'importante piattaforma che rafforzi ulteriormente gli scambi e la collaborazione tra tutti gli attori coinvolti. L'Italia ha giocato un ruolo chiave nel lancio dei prestiti ERA, Extraordinary Revenue Acceleration, nel corso della passata presidenza G7. L'iniziativa procede con successo e metterà a disposizione all'incirca 50 miliardi di dollari di nuove risorse per l'Ucraina. La situazione rimane d'altra parte estremamente critica e non possiamo escludere in questa fase la necessità di ulteriori fabbisogni finanziari il prossimo anno. Su questo il G7 e l'Unione Europea continueranno a svolgere un ruolo chiave nel finanziamento dell'economia ucraina. A tal proposito, credo fermamente che una risposta efficace alle necessità di investimento e ricostruzione del Paese debba contare su una combinazione bilanciata tra iniziative bilaterali e multilaterali. E in tale contesto, pertanto, mi sento di ribadire con fermezza il nostro pieno impegno, in collaborazione con le banche multilaterali di sviluppo, alla mobilitazione delle risorse necessarie a sostenere tutti i settori strategici dell'economia ucraina. La ricostruzione del Paese richiederà l'impiego di risorse straordinarie da parte del settore pubblico, privato, nazionale e internazionale e, non ultima, l'azione coordinata di tutti gli attori rilevanti. Ed è pertanto con estremo piacere che sono lieto di annunciare che il Ministero dell'Economia e delle Finanze italiano intende partecipare a un accordo con l'Ucraina, G2G, per l'ammontare di 50 milioni di euro. Tale finanziamento consentirà l'acquisto di beni e servizi ritenuti essenziali alla ricostruzione. L'obiettivo di tale iniziativa è quello di contribuire alle necessità più pressanti del Paese e allo stesso tempo dare sostegno alle eccellenze italiane nei settori nei quali sono in grado di offrire esperienza e soluzioni di qualità. Inoltre, nostra intenzione è contribuire con 100 milioni di euro al programma ERA, Economic Resilience Action, EFC, da parte del gruppo Banca Mondiale. E questo testimonia la nostra volontà di rafforzare la capacità di EFC a sostegno dello sviluppo del settore privato ucraino. Obiettivo questo perfettamente in linea con quelli alla base dell'intera conferenza di oggi. Ho anche il piacere di annunciare un ulteriore contributo di 10 milioni di euro per la realizzazione di un progetto BERS nel settore agroalimentare. Il programma ha lo scopo di modernizzare l'industria agroalimentare ucraina, facilitandone al contempo l'integrazione nelle catene di valore globali. Voglio sottolineare che tutte queste iniziative verranno finanziate con nuove risorse a dono, con la chiara intenzione di non pesare ulteriormente sul bilancio pubblico ucraino. Infine, l'Italia ritiene che la cooperazione tecnica sia fondamentale e rappresenti un caposaldo per una ricostruzione efficace e sostenibile. Ed è a questo scopo che intendiamo contribuire con 1,52 milioni di euro all'iniziativa FIRST, anche questa di BERS, per la creazione di un fondo di cooperazione per la preparazione dei progetti, con risorse a valere su un fondo bilaterale detenuto dall'Italia presso la banca. Accanto agli impegni bilaterali assunti dall'Italia, voglio congratularmi con le banche multilaterali di sviluppo presenti oggi per la determinazione mostrata a servizio dell'Ucraina. L'eccezionalità delle risorse messe in campo e che verranno annunciate nel corso della conferenza sono testimonianza dell'inoppugnabile volontà della comunità internazionale a rimanere al fianco dell'Ucraina nel suo percorso verso la ripresa e la ricostruzione. Prima di chiudere, voglio richiamare un messaggio chiave contenuto nelle dichiarazioni dell'ultima riunione G7 finanziaria e, in particolare, l'impegno affinché nessun Paese o entità che abbia finanziato o comunque foraggiato la macchina da guerra russa tragga in alcun modo beneficio dalla ricostruzione del Paese. Concludo. È ferma intenzione dell'Italia rimanere al fianco dell'Ucraina, insieme ai nostri partner internazionali, in uno spirito di genuina responsabilità condivisa e solidarietà. Credo fermamente che le decisioni e gli impegni che scaturiranno da questa conferenza rappresenteranno un passo importante verso la costruzione di un futuro resiliente, prospero e europeo per l'Ucraina. Questa è l'occasione per mostrare ancora una volta la nostra unità di intenti e mettere a disposizione risultati concreti a beneficio del popolo ucraino. Grazie.
We now begin the third plenary session, which marks the official opening of the Recovery Forum. To open the session, we now invite Her Excellency Yulia Sviridenko, First Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Economy of Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you for being here today with us. And I think that Rome is a special place, and the city knows how to come back to life after a catastrophe. So that it's make, I think, symbolic to talk about Ukraine infrastructure, to talk about Ukraine recovery, and we're not talking about reconstruction. I think that we're talking about a new architecture of economic security in Europe, and the architecture begins with Ukraine. So I will show you a small video.
Rebuilding from the ground up. Opening new businesses. Investing in people. Launching tools for growth. Risk mitigation tools, financing programs, creating transparent rules, partnering with the international community. This is a moment we can't afford to miss. The time to invest.
Start with a few numbers and a few figures. And first of all, it's GDP. In 2024, Ukraine's GDP reached $191 billion. It's almost pre-war level. It's 96% of pre-war level. 90% of the enterprises have resumed operation, and since this full-scale invasion, more than 110 new civilian factories have been built or under construction. It's despite the constant massive attacks that we are experienced every day. So Ukraine shows remarkable resilience. Our focus for 2026 to 2028 is stable annual growth or above 5%. In 2024, we secured over 41 billion in external financing, mostly concessional loans, but also grants from the United States, Japan, South Korea. And despite the war, Ukraine is holding firm and creating new opportunities for businesses. First, our economy is staying strong. Second one is we understand perfectly well that Reconstruction opens massive investment potential. More than 500 billion in investment needs have been identified. As we move toward greater stability, risks are decreasing. The government and international partners are working on effective guarantees to protect investment. And the third one, of course, is EU integration. And Ukraine is on a steady path toward EU integration membership. This means access to the market with 450 million consumers. And we already completed key reforms to align our economy with EU standards. Ukraine already offers a full set of infrastructure, of incentives for investors. Among them is industrial parks that are providing tax and custom incentives. We're also providing different types of granting money, of loans. We update our PPP legislation and streamline procedures. Now we're very focused on training and retraining Ukrainian workers. And these tools are already delivering results. Last year, 3 large projects with over 12 million euro in investment each received 30% capex reimbursement from the state. So also we have a great mechanism. I'm very grateful to the European Commission, to our friends for the Ukraine investment framework. It's a second pillar, and this pillar allows to provide guarantees and blended finance. And now this granted money is available and loans money available for Ukrainian private sector. So 1.4 billion is already available in supporting the first projects, including Galnaftogaz, Astarta, Data Volia Group. At URC, today we're going to sign additional 2.3 billion in new guarantees and grants, which could help to unlock up to 10 billion euro in total financing. These funds support, first of all, for SMEs. We understand perfectly well that SMEs is a backbone of our economy. This finance would help to unlock the investment in infrastructure and industrial investment. Also, to set a strategy and to provide you information about the projects that are the top priority for Ukrainian government, we set up a single project pipeline. So now it consists of 800 public infrastructure projects. The project preparation facility helps to shape bankable projects in public and in private sectors, and we now have an investment portal covering 10 different sectors, which newly launched March, tool connecting investors with ready-to-go projects. For this conference, we also published an updated investment catalog, 250 investment-ready cases across 11 sectors, seeking for 40 billion euro in total capital. In parallel, we are presenting our foreign direct investment strategy developed with the World Bank, IFC and other partners, part of our wider governmental vision for investors operating in Ukraine and planning to invest to Ukraine in the next few years. So our efforts have already delivered results. Over the past year, we signed several government-to-government agreements. I would say it's a very efficient tool. So we have signed this agreement with Switzerland, with France, with South Korea. At this conference, we're also expanding agreements that we have with Switzerland and sign a new one with the Netherlands for 35 million euro. We call on other countries, so we want you to join and sign G2G agreement and to incentivize in such a way your companies to invest in the country, to take risk, and to incentivize them not to wait until the war will be finished and to set up businesses now when the war is still ongoing. To make investing in Ukraine not just profitable but practical, we are providing real business tools. So industrial parks offer ready-made infrastructure, utilities, and saving on equipment and construction. Also, we have a budget support program. It calls supported of major investment for projects of 12 million euro and more. The government co-financed up to 30% of capital costs. Also, privatization and PPP. So we launched PPP and expecting agreements over 1 billion. And we are preparing large-scale privatization and updating the legislation. And of course, war risk insurance, today provided by MIGA, by DFC, by Ukrainian insurance company, and 15 foreign export credit agency. And at the screen you might see the most promising areas from our perspective. And Ukraine aims to build a modern, resilient energy system. Key opportunity includes renewables, smart grids, energy storage, and transmission upgrades. If we speak about agri-food, of course, we are focusing on added value production. Investors are welcome in food processing, packaging, storage, and cold logistics for export. In transport and logistics, so we reoriented supply chain. Ukraine prioritized investment in rail, in ports infrastructure, in logistic hubs, in intermodal terminals. And of course, IT and digitalization. Ukraine's IT sector remains very strong. And opportunity exists in GovTech and cybersecurity and AI in FinTech, and of course, defense and critical raw materials. Defense is we're scaling up our defense production, and now we are a well-known country that can produce drones, vehicles, and repairs. There's demand for a co-production, tech transfer, and supply chain integration. And of course, I want to invite to our URC business fair to witness Ukraine's transformation. The National Pavilion includes 3 main components. Invest in Ukraine, so over 250 projects across 11 sectors. Also, you might see industrial parks, 27 fully prepared sites across the country, and business fair site. More than 30 Ukrainian companies are featured in the URC business fair. So I am welcome you to visit a business fair and to see by own Ukrainian business, and I think that actually it's our greatest value. It's Ukrainian skilled people and Ukrainian business that are actually the symbol of resilience for us. So Ukrainian Pavilion is a dynamic multimedia space that can provide you and showcase to you investment opportunities, industrial parks, human capital, and key initiative from Ukrainian government. So invest in Ukraine, it's not just about the profit. It's about resilience, it's about the future, it's about building a new Europe, and I invite you to invest right now in Ukraine. Thank you for your attention and welcome you to Kyiv.
We're now pleased to welcome Her Excellency Marta Kos, European Commissioner for Enlargement.
Ukrainian Wirtschaftswunder, German Chancellor was talking about this, an economic miracle for the 21st century. Ukraine has the potential to be a hub in Europe's industrial and digital transitions, leapfrogging towards a modern economy, much like Czechia, Poland, Slovenia, and others did in the past 3 decades. Anyone who has ever met the brilliant young Ukrainian engineers building long-range drones in repurposed factories knows about this potential. In the last few months, I have joined roundtables with business leaders in Paris, in Copenhagen, in Prague, in The Hague. I was impressed by how much European businesses are determined to join the reconstruction effort. In France, I met a company that is planning to rebuild water and waste management system. One of the best in the world is this French company. In the Netherlands, I was told they are putting together clusters of companies so they can bid for large projects together. The needs of Ukraine can only be met if the private sector pulls its weight. Luckily, interest from the EU companies is huge. Last year, the Commission published a call for EU companies interested in investing in Ukraine. The response was immense. We got project proposals worth many billions of euros. They all want to work with us on tailor-made, EU-backed de-risking arrangements. Interest was so strong that the European Commission extended the call until October and widened its scope to also include Ukrainian-based companies. This is a call to action to the business leaders here in the room. We already have some great success stories, so it is not only about the future. Last year, a French investment holding used EU financing to acquire LiveCall, one of Ukraine's mobile operators, and Volia, an internet provider. The 1.5 billion deal was the biggest foreign direct investment in Ukraine in the past 2 decades. This was one of the contracts we announced at last year's conference in Berlin. Today we are signing many more. They will mobilize another 10 billion euro for the reconstruction of Ukraine. One program jointly developed with Czechia will mobilize more than 140 million for the reconstruction and modernization of hospitals across Ukraine. Another new initiative will mobilize 1.5 billion to mitigate risk for large-scale renewable energy investments. Russia's attack on power plants have led to a significant electricity deficit, especially in winter. These projects will help fill the gap. We are also in the process of setting up a new equity flagship fund for Ukraine, as we heard it before from the President Ursula von der Leyen, together with France, Germany, Italy and Poland. But our financial support is only one part of the story. At the same time, we are working with Ukraine to build the structures that are needed to rebuild a strong and modern Ukraine. This work rests on 4 pillars. First, we are doing this through the EU accession reforms. Those reforms will help Ukraine build an independent judiciary, implement effective anti-corruption measures, ensure transparent public procurement, a fair and efficient tax system. This will benefit the Ukrainian and all other businesses that want to be part of this reconstruction effort. Ukrainians are making enormous progress on these hard and sometimes very complex reforms. By the end of the year, we will have finished the technical work to open all negotiating clusters. In the opinion of the European Commission, now is the time to open the first negotiation cluster as soon as possible. Second, we are advancing the gradual integration of Ukraine into the European single market. Many EU companies are already now using Ukraine for manufacturing. Just look at the new industrial parks near Lviv. Soon, operations for businesses will become even easier. We are working with Ukraine on alignment with EU technical standards and certifications that will ensure safety and quality. In simple terms, that will mean that many Ukrainian-made products can soon be treated equally to those made in the EU. This will make Ukraine part of Europe-wide value chains. Starting this January, Ukraine will join the EU roaming area, meaning no more extra charges, no more barriers. Ukrainians will call, text and connect across Europe just like any other EU citizen. This is a sign of belonging, of shared destiny and of the future we are building together. And this shared future includes our collective security. Ukraine's innovative and fast-scaling defense industry will be essential for a stronger, more integrated European defense industrial base. Under the EU's SAFE instrument, €100 billion loan programme for defence investment projects, EU member states can acquire defence technologies and weapon systems from companies established in Ukraine. Many European and Ukrainian businesses are already working to develop cutting-edge defence systems. Denmark, for example, is using a pioneer approach by directly buying Ukrainian-made defense equipment such as Bogdana howitzers and long-range drones for the Ukrainian army. They are doing so using windfall profits from Russian frozen assets. This is speeding up delivery and strengthening Ukraine's domestic defense industry. Thank you, Denmark, for this inventive approach. Third, we are working with Ukraine to develop the human capital needed for reconstruction. Last month, I was in Denmark, in Copenhagen, to meet a group of Ukrainian women entrepreneurs. One of them told me, we will also need the reconstruction of our people. Veterans, victims of sexual crimes, the stolen children, mental health. We have support projects to help women, young people, veterans and people with disabilities find their place in the labour market. One project trains internally displaced women as IT professionals. This is helping them to earn an income remotely. And we are working with our member states to share experience. Croatia has experienced war. They know what is needed to reintegrate veterans into civilian life. And they are sending their experts to advise the Ukrainian Ministry of Veteran Affairs. We want Ukraine to be a country where people want to stay and to which many of those who have gained new skills in the EU will eventually return. The fourth pillar is working with Ukrainian local communities. More than anything, the war has shown the importance of local leadership. Ukrainian mayors and local councils are heroes. They helped organize the defense and provided essential services when people lost their homes or energy infrastructure was hit. Ukraine's reconstruction must be close to the people, addressing local needs and driven by local ownership. Regions and municipalities are our partner, not just the recipients of funds. Empowering them will ensure that rebuilding happens faster and fairer. My message to Ukrainians is clear. Your future is in Europe. You are not alone, and step by step, reform by reform, we are building together a stronger Ukraine. And this is why we are here. But just as important is what we are doing through the accession process. We build institutions, a robust and resilient judiciary, a strong social ecosystem where companies and citizens can thrive. Yes, we also build hope and opportunities. This is how we help Ukraine become what its people are fighting for, a strong, modern European nation. A strong Ukraine as a part of a stronger EU. Україна була, є і буде вільною, і ми будемо поруч на кожному кроці цього шляху. And what I said in Ukrainian was, is, and will be free. And we will be there every step of the way. Slava Ukraini, long live Europe.
We now invite His Excellency Lars Løkke Rasmussen, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Denmark.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Ukraine. Ukraine's defense of its sovereignty continues to inspire us all. And that's why recovery is no longer just a distant hope, but something which takes place right now. And it's a shared responsibility for all of us in Europe. Denmark, I can assure you, strongly stands with Ukraine, not only in its reconstruction, but also in its path towards EU membership. And that's why opening clusters, starting real accession negotiations is a top priority for the Danish presidency, and I hope that is something we can start sooner rather than later. Because Ukraine's future is European. Every school rebuilt, every business reopened, and every reform adopted brings that future closer. And we must match Ukraine's determination with our long-term commitment. And therefore, it is time to turn buzzwords and speeches into concrete actions. And we have started. Today, at this conference, an agreement will be signed for a wastewater project in the city of Lviv, supported by a number of partners and donors, including my own country, Denmark. The waterways of Ukraine are interconnected with those of Northern Europe, a fact that has been well known since the time of the Vikings. So this project will not only benefit the Ukrainians, but also millions of people living in the Baltic Sea area, millions of Danes, who will be able to enjoy even cleaner water when they take a dive into the harbor of Copenhagen or anywhere else in the Baltic Sea. It is our ambition to build on this kind of common history and the values shared between Ukraine and the EU. We firmly believe that investing in Ukraine today not only benefits Ukraine, but Europe as a whole. The new Danish-Ukraine transition program stands as a testament to our support for Ukraine. It is so far, and by far, the biggest and most ambitious country program in the history of Danish development support. And in our opinion, this is the level of ambition that the situation in Ukraine calls for in all European countries. The program's vision is to enhance Ukraine's resilience and ability to deliver on the urgent basic needs of its people, and to support the green transition and improve framework conditions for private sector development, and to contribute to democratic and institutional reforms needed in Ukraine to join the EU in accordance with the Copenhagen criteria. I personally hope to kick off this new program together with my Ukrainian counterparts in Kiev immediately after the summer. But we, in the European governments, we can of course not do all this alone. So mobilizing the private sector all over Europe remains critical. The private enterprises offer solutions that can rebuild Ukraine and drive growth, create local jobs, increase export earnings, and ensure tax income, benefiting the Ukrainian economy and people. So the question is how we can get the private sector to take a risk and invest in a country in war. We have been working on that, and the Impact Fund Denmark, owned by the Danish government, supports the private sector in Ukraine despite the risks. This funding has already helped several companies expand their markets in Ukraine. For example, Impact Fund Denmark has invested millions of euros in Bank Lviv, a bank which ensures loans to small and medium-sized businesses in Ukraine ensuring that they can maintain and grow their activities. And Denmark's Export and Investment Fund is another important way to help financing projects in Ukraine by de-risking investments. The funds offer loans and guarantees that cover up to 100% of political and commercial risk through different financing options. And thanks to these innovative loans and guarantees, Danish companies continue to invest in Ukraine, and today about 100 Danish companies are active in Ukraine. I'll give you just a few examples. Vestas is working on a big wind energy project with Ukrainian partners, installing 64 turbines. Carlsberg, the brewery, opened a new and huge production facility in Kiev, and Jysk, the Danish retail chain, is also growing its business, including in frontline cities like Mykolaiv. But in order to rebuild, we also need to be able to defend ourselves and enable Ukraine to prevail. We must do everything in our power to help Ukraine continue its effort to end the Russian war of aggression, to support Ukraine's freedom now and in the future. Denmark is working to ensure that Danish defense companies provide equipment and technologies to strengthen Ukraine's defense. So this is actually combining what's most needed right now, the military support, which was also needed to build up the Ukrainian society to be more prosperous, to create new jobs, so that people stay in Ukraine instead of moving otherwhere in Europe. Ukraine's fight for freedom shows how important a strong defense industry is. For far too long, Europe has been too reliant on others. Europe needs to take greater responsibility for its own security, and we are on the right track, but we need to move faster, much faster, getting the European defense industry up to speed. And by investing in the Ukrainian defense capacity, we can take a kind of shortcut reaching that goal. And by opening up, as we are working on right now, for European defense investments in our own country, in Denmark, as a safe haven, we can do the same thing. We can try to pursue the same purpose. So this is important for job creation, but also for enable Ukraine to actually prevail. The NATO summit in The Hague demonstrated a strong willingness to act, to strengthen our own security. Now it's time to pick up the pace, because Ukraine's fight for freedom is also our fight for freedom. Thank you very much.
We now invite His Excellency Oleksiy Kuleba, Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Community and Territories Development of Ukraine. So then we proceed. We are now pleased to welcome Honorable Maria Tripodi, Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti, caro Andrei, cara commissaria Marta Kos, cari amici, sono molto onorata di aprire questo nostro panel dedicato al Recovery Forum. Sono molti, come sapete, gli strumenti finanziari e assicurativi che i donatori, inclusa l'Italia, hanno predisposto per incoraggiare le imprese e partecipare ai programmi e ai progetti di ricostruzione. In questi mesi abbiamo coinvolto le autorità locali e regionali, le istituzioni finanziarie internazionali e le banche di sviluppo. Cruciale il ruolo delle imprese e per questo ringrazio il Presidente uscente del Business Advisor Council, Christian Branch, e rivolgo i migliori auguri alla nuova Presidente Barbara Cimmino. Tra i risultati di questo lavoro voglio citare il nuovo Equity Fund che lanceremo tra poco e che sarà gestito dalle principali banche di sviluppo europee, inclusa la nostra Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, in collaborazione con la Commissione europea. Si chiamerà European Flagship Fund for the Reconstruction e con un valore di 500 milioni di euro darà una grande scossa alla ripresa di un sistema economico dove vi è carenza di capitali privati, grazie a un forte effetto leva. Ma penso anche ad iniziative più strettamente nazionali, come la misura da 300 milioni di euro che abbiamo preparato con la nostra agenzia Simest per sostenere le imprese italiane coinvolte nella ricostruzione dell'Ucraina. A completamento del Recovery Forum abbiamo anche voluto allestire una grande fiera imprenditoriale con gli stand di moltissime aziende ucraine, italiane e internazionali. Questo permetterà ai rappresentanti dei governi locali, alle piccole e medie imprese e ai grandi gruppi di presentarsi e stabilire contatti, oltre a cogliere opportunità commerciali. Questa conferenza, come sapete, è il più grande appuntamento annuale dedicato all'Ucraina e al suo popolo che da più di 3 anni resiste con tenacia alla guerra. Con questo appuntamento vogliamo ribadire una volta di più la vicinanza all'Ucraina e il nostro continuo impegno per una pace giusta e duratura che non può e non deve essere la resa di Kiev. Quello dell'Italia è un forte messaggio di unità in Europa e nel campo occidentale. Un impegno che abbiamo diretto da subito a sostegno della popolazione ucraina e della ripresa che ha superato i 2,5 miliardi di euro. Abbiamo lavorato duramente anche in ambito G7 lo scorso anno, favorendo l'accordo sul prestito da 50 miliardi di dollari garantito dagli asset russi congelati. La ricostruzione del Paese e la sua modernizzazione sono legati a doppio filo al percorso europeo dell'Ucraina, che noi continuiamo a sostenere con assoluta convinzione. Le riforme hanno in questo un ruolo chiave, è stato già fatto molto e incoraggiamo gli amici ucraini a proseguire. Ma vedete, la ricostruzione dell'Ucraina è anche una grande sfida per Kiev, certamente, ma anche per tutta la comunità internazionale. Ed è una grande opportunità per la crescita del suo e dei nostri sistemi produttivi. Una occasione che dobbiamo dimostrare di saper cogliere anche nella dimensione dell'industria strategica, che per la prima volta abbiamo voluto aggiungere ai lavori. La risposta delle imprese ci incoraggia, siamo pronti. Il successo di questa conferenza si misurerà in termini anche di investimenti, contratti e progetti, come hanno ben evidenziato prima di me sia il Presidente del Consiglio Giorgia Meloni che il Ministro degli Affari Esteri Antonio Tajani. Ringrazio ancora una volta le imprese e le banche di sviluppo, nonché le organizzazioni internazionali per il contributo che daranno alla mobilitazione dei capitali privati. Contate sempre, cari amici, sul continuo sostegno del governo italiano per la pace e per la crescita. Vi ringrazio e vi auguro buon lavoro.
We are now very pleased to welcome Her Excellency Angela Rayner, Deputy Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government of the United Kingdom.
Hello, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today, this afternoon, and thank you to Prime Minister Meloni and her team for hosting this vitally important conference this week. And I thank you to President Zelenskyy and his team and government for the powerful words and the steadfast leadership you have shown. Over the past year, we have all witnessed the remarkable resilience of the Ukrainian people in the face of adversity. Your innovation and your skills have transformed into resilience and into tangible progress, meeting the needs of today while building hope for tomorrow. The United Kingdom will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and our Ukrainian partners and allies during these challenging times, extending the hand of friendship when it is needed most and walking side by side on the path to victory, recovery and reform. Our 100-year partnership is the foundation of this enduring relationship, one that will last for generations to come. President Zelenskyy, as part of this commitment, during his recent visit to London, the UK pledged £283 million in assistance to Ukraine for this financial year. This will go towards meeting your humanitarian needs, energy security, stabilisation, reform, recovery and reconstruction. In short, it will help keep Ukraine in the fight and ensure its people have access to vital support. Since the invasion began, the UK's non-military assistance to Ukraine now exceeds £5.3 billion. But this is far more than about money. It is about a vision of a free, sovereign Ukraine that's secure and prosperous. We understand that winning the war and winning the peace are one and the same. And that is why we must act now in partnership to bolster Ukraine's long-term recovery. Now, I see three priorities. First, security and defence, and our support here remains unwavering. Just last month, the UK and Ukraine reached a landmark agreement to share cutting-edge battlefield technology, boosting Ukraine's drone production and linking our defence industry with innovations emerging on the front lines. And today, I signed a £2.5 billion deal to boost Ukraine's air defences, delivering over 5,000 lightweight multi-role missiles to counter drone and missile attacks. These will protect lives and also critical national infrastructure. Alongside this, we continue to help Ukraine maintain its essential public services, freeing up vital resources for the war effort. We must now work together to ensure this support continues for as long as it takes and resources are available to meet the long-term costs of reconstruction. The second priority I'll reflect on is growth. Despite the staggering challenges, Ukraine's economy is growing, and we must harness the power of industry and enterprise. That is why the UK is working with Ukraine and global insurers to scale up risk capital. We're using our financial and legal expertise to reform Ukraine's business, environment and capital markets. Our Tech Bridge initiative is connecting innovators and investors. And since Russia's full-scale invasion, we have delivered 5 defence trade missions to Ukraine. Our third and last shared priority is reform. Ukraine's ambition to transform and modernise is clear. The progress made already is remarkable, with bold steps towards a greener, more sustainable future. The UK has supported the development of Ukraine's National Energy and Climate Plan and helped launch the Green Transition Office. Our Innovate Ukraine partnership on clean energy is helping Ukraine to build and attract private sector investment into the renewable sector. But reform must continue. Greater transparency and accountability will inspire greater investor confidence. Strengthening the rule of law and ensuring that justice for all will keep Ukraine on its European path. These are the values that we're fighting for. And reform must be a true partnership between government, civil society, media and business. The UK will continue to support Ukraine on this journey. Today, I'm pleased to announce a new £10.5 million governance reform programme supporting the rule of law, justice and anti-corruption. Thank you. Friends, Ukraine's recovery has already begun. It is the moment to redouble our shared commitment. A commitment to a future where Ukraine prospers. A future where hopes of its people are fulfilled. A future that we will build together. Thank you.
We now invite His Excellency Oleksiy Kuleba, Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Community and Territories Development of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Dear leaders of European countries, dear colleagues, dear friends, esteemed partners and forum participants, recovery in Ukraine is a hot topic today. In London, Lugano and Berlin, we were building partnership and plans. Today in Roma, we're showing already the results of our common recovery. Even during the 4th year of full-scale war, we're rebuilding, building partnership, creation new possibilities. As we are open this recovery forum here in peaceful, beautiful Roma, the shellings in Ukraine and in Kyiv continue. Today was another awful night with a high number of Russian drones and missiles, but with the sunlight, the repair works have begun. So reconstruction across Ukraine is ongoing too. The video that you are about to see today capture this progress, yes, in real time. While installing one of the camera, our production team was caught in a missile strike on port infrastructure. They survived, but 2 port workers did not. This is the daily context in which Ukrainians rebuild under constant threat, yet with unwavering determination. There are over 300,000 damaged objects in Ukraine, and every single day brings new losses, with frontline regions accounting for 17% of the destruction. With destruction at such a scale and frequency, we cannot afford to wait for a ceasefire. That is why we are rebuilding despite the attacks. At this recovery conference, we are not just talking about damages, we are showing results. For example, in Kyiv region, we have restored and rebuilt 75% of damaged objects. There were more than 30,000 items, ranging from residential and social infrastructure to bridges and roads, destroyed, and together with you, with your assistance and help, we rebuilt 75% of them. At the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Russia...
And thank you, moreover, Volodymyr and all the colleagues that are here in Rome taking place to this conference. I'm obviously particularly pleased that we take part in this meeting together with Volodymyr and the leaders who are attending to the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Rome. I think the numbers of this conference show better than anything else the commitment we all share, not only about achieving peace, but about a future for Ukraine. It's a future of peace, stability, sovereignty. Well, the group has long been discussing our shared commitment to ensuring Ukraine a perspective of peace and security. I believe, obviously, that the Ukraine Recovery Conference is part of this work that we do together, the work that we are doing to enable Kyiv to restart economically and to rebuild what has been destroyed by more than 3 years of senseless war is an integral part of the efforts that we discuss in this table. It is a long-term investment in a future of peace, stability, security, sovereignty, prosperity. Obviously, our efforts are complementary to those of the US administration in building the just and lasting peace which Kyiv has so often shown it desires more than anybody. Western unity, as I've been saying many, many times, is fundamental, and therefore I'm particularly glad that President Trump's special envoy for Ukraine, General Kellogg, and Senators Graham and Blumenthal joined the Ukraine Recovery Conference, but also for the first time this meeting and this table, and I'm quite proud it happens in Rome, so thank you for being here. With these relentless and increasingly massive bombings of civilian targets, Russia, on the contrary, does not show any willingness to make any progress. For this reason, alongside the necessary support to Ukraine, I do agree on the fact that we must also increase pressure on Moscow, so to achieve as soon as possible a ceasefire that will finally make way for diplomacy. This is the debate we are going to do today. But as always, we have to remind that it only can happen thanks to deterrence. It only can happen thanks to deterrence. As anyone who's not naive perfectly understands, it's not about a good mood that we can have towards Russia. It is about what we can do to really make pressure and deterrence. I think this is what we have to discuss, and this is what we have to deliver on, and this is what the innocent victims, their families expect from us, a population that wants to rebuild, but it is also what our citizens, which are tired of the consequences of meaningless aggression that has brought the war back in the heart of Europe, ask from us. As you know, and as you see with this conference this morning, you can always count on Italy at 360 degrees. And I'm very proud that with the work that we've done together this morning, we've guaranteed to Ukraine agreements that are worth more than 10 billion euros. So thank you all, colleagues, and thank you also the private sector that decided to help us and the organizations that participated. And I stop. Thank you, Keir. Keir, we don't hear you.
Thank you very much, Giorgia.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Giorgia. I was saying, can we bring in Volodymyr, who is there right by your side? So, Volodymyr, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear friends. I'm glad to see you all, of course. Keir, Emmanuel, you're in London today. Giorgia, thank you for hosting the coalition in Rome. Thank you so much. and for the conference, for organizing this conference. Thank you very much. General Kellogg, Sanders, Graham, and Blumenthal, thank you so much. Georgia already said about it. That's it's so great that you joined this format. And the first time, thanks to President Trump, and his signals are very, very important, and we count on it. And I'm sure that in the future we will develop the coalition of the willings together, and this is important. We are now, dear friends, in the middle of the year, and the first half has made many things clear. It's now obvious to all partners that Russia is blocking all peace efforts, and it was Putin who rejected the ceasefire proposal, including one brought by the United States. Second, we see that Russia is not only pushing on with attacks at the front and trying to expand the war, but also still putting huge resources into weapons production. Putin is planning to keep fighting, and he's not looking for a way out of this war. Third, our joint pressure has created real strategic problems for Russia. Sanctions are working, and thank you very much. Thanks for all the packages of European Union. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Ursula, very much for this. And we very count, and I think we will speak a little bit later with our American friends. We need such strong sanctions from the United States, and because of these sanctions, I think Russia has no good future. But sadly, it still has the ability to keep fighting, and that's why we need to increase the pressure together and make our defense even stronger. And let's focus on that in today's meeting. So I will talk about the Ukrainian soldiers and how to support them. I will talk about weapons, especially drones, how Europe together with Ukraine can produce more, better than Russia. And I will talk about our relations with the United States and defensive capability that only they have, but we need them very much. I think it's in a common interest of the Europe. And of course, I will talk about how we are working on real security guarantees. That what Keir and Emmanuel mentioned already at the very beginning of our meeting. Thank you. And the rest of the details will be shared in a closed format. And thanks to all the leaders who are online, VDC and here, yes, joined in our meeting.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr. And let's do a bit of...
Thank you very much.
Ukrainian territory with an unprecedented intensity. It is crucial, more than ever, to showcase our unwavering support to Ukraine. It is crucial to show that we stand with its people. I would like here to express France's deepest respect and admiration for the tenacity of the Ukrainian people that have been fighting such a threat for almost 3.5 years now, and have shown the world how resilient, how courageous, how determined they are. Our support is crucial to the Ukrainian men and women who are bravely defending their country until a just and durable peace is achieved. To that end, we must keep working together, just as we have demonstrated our unity and solidarity since the first day of the Russian aggression. We will stand by our Ukrainian partners. We will favor the emergence of a strong and prosperous Ukraine. We will do everything in our power to ensure security in Europe. First, it is essential to enable Ukraine to sustain its defense efforts, not only to protect its territory, but also to build a credible deterrence posture against Russia. This is why President Macron announced last March a new military aid package. France is also committed to maximizing the pressure against Russia, as it clearly refuses to engage in a credible ceasefire and peace negotiations. The EU 18 sanctions package, the most ambitious since 2022, is an illustration of our collective efforts in this perspective. I repeat it again today. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. In 2025, our European support will reach an historical amount of more than 30 billion euros. In 2026, the Ukrainian facility of the EU will continue, along with our other partners, to cover Ukraine's financing needs. Second, and this is of course an important topic today, reconstruction. Rebuilding the infrastructure, the economy, is indeed a challenge. France has already been involved in that process through our 2024 Ukrainian Infrastructure Support Fund, thanks to which many projects in many sectors, such as energy, health, or water, already participate to the global movement of supporting Ukrainian people over the long term. I can already announce that we intend to launch another support fund this month. And for the enormous needs of the reconstruction, the European level is also key, and I'm very glad that the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced this morning the private equity fund. Our objective is to enable a swift recovery and long-term reconstruction of Ukraine, which also goes through economic development and EU accession. Thanks to EU funding, our French agencies, and in a genuine Team Europe spirit, will be able to carry out reconstruction actions around three priority pillars: Ukrainian cities and region, civil society, and the private sector. Finally, I would like to highlight the importance of the reform agenda, not only to build Ukraine's European future, but also to attract investors and private companies. As one of the first foreign employers in Ukraine, France's private sector stands ready to take on the long-term challenge of Ukraine's reconstruction. All of our efforts are now concentrating in support of the same objective. Recovery and rebuilding of Ukraine is not only a material matter, it is another step on the path to a free, a secure, and a prosperous Ukraine. Thank you.
We now turn to the Business Advisory Council, which serves as a crucial bridge between Ukraine's recovery needs and also the global business community. We are pleased today to welcome Mr. Christian Bruch, President and Chief Executive Officer of Siemens Energy AG. He's also the outgoing chair of the Business Advisory Council of the Ukraine Donor Platform.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me, and good afternoon. As was said before, 1 year ago, the Business Advisory Council was founded at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin to bring private business closer really into the game and to really foster private investments and business activity. Since then, the Business Advisory Council has grown to a network of 18 senior leaders from countries from the Ukraine Donor Platform, which tie back into their different country business communities and identify the elements which really can support more business activity on very tangible elements and make sure that projects really happen, that we do not talk about ideas, that we do not talk about reports, but that we really, at the end, talk about implemented projects and businesses. I would like just to give a couple of examples what the Business Advisory Council has been tackling throughout the last 12 months. And then these were elements which obviously related to financing and insurance for projects, infrastructure elements like port infrastructure assessment, power purchase agreement structures, so frameworks, what could be followed, and simple things like business travel guidelines to ensure that business travels also at the current situation can be done in a securest manner and consistently across the different countries. I'm very grateful that over the last 12 months we were able to really bring tangible results also to the recommendation for the Ukraine donor platform with a big support of the Ukrainian government. And as a business person, I have to say I'm impressed by the pragmatism which was demonstrated by the Ukrainian government whenever we have risen an issue to resolve. I would like to give one example which will also be discussed here at the conference, which is the war risk insurance, which is obviously instrumental to allow private capital to be invested into the country. And during the last 12 months, roughly 50 global insurance stakeholders have been brought together in workshops. We will sign here on the conference an MOU to structure war risk insurance elements. And I'm extremely grateful also here to the Ukrainian Ministry of Economy to help really to put these type of facilities together. We are not there where I would have liked to be, I clearly say this, but we also see that the recovery of Ukraine is not one bold move. It's a step after step exercise. And it will require politicians and business leaders working very closely together. In that regard, I'm extremely grateful for the support of the Ukraine donor platform and the close interaction. Please continue to champion the work which the Business Advisory Council is doing, engage with it in terms of identifying the elements which need to be done to move Ukraine's recovery forward. And to my business or fellow business colleagues and leaders, I really would shout out, it's now the time really to get active in Ukraine. There's massive opportunities and there's a willingness to support from the Ukraine donor platform and the Ukrainian government. I have the pleasure now, ahead of year 2, to hand over the chairmanship to Barbara Cimino. I'm very pleased, Barbara, that under your leadership, the Business Advisory Council will continue to develop their activities. Thank you very much, really, for the joint year behind us, and I'm very much looking forward to the year ahead of us and looking forward to the results to come to build business in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
We are now pleased to welcome Mrs. Barbara Cimino, Vice President of Confindustria and incoming Chair of the Business Advisory Council.
Dear authorities, distinguished guests, there are moments in the history where rebuilding is not just an act of restoration, but is a statement of purpose. Today is one of those moments. It's with deep honor and strong responsibility that I assume the presidency of the Business Advisory Council for Ukraine. I extend my sincere thanks to Christian Bruch for his leadership and for the outstanding work carried out under the German presidency. Germany has not only provided strategic direction, it has set the tone for a transition from analysis to action. We are living through times of profound transformation. The reconstruction of Ukraine is not only about funds, bricks, roads, grids, manufacturing and infrastructures. It's about trust and future prosperity. And it's a challenge we are proud to take on as part of Italy's system-wide commitment. As Vice President of Confindustria, I bring to this role the strength of an industrial ecosystem that unites over 200 business associations representing the beating heart of Italy's production system, a system that has already mobilized to support Ukraine with projects, partnerships, and a pragmatic and tangible approach to cooperation. Our leadership will ensure continuity with German presidency, with a renewed determination to deliver tangible results, so that recommendations turn into projects. This is why we will carry on an approach focused on feasibility, impact, and time-bound execution. Our priority will be to align with the Ukraine donor platform and to concentrate on concrete and investable projects, unlocking the potential of the private sector to generate real, measurable progress. We have identified priority sectors such as energy, infrastructure, manufacturing, and emerging technologies because they are crucial to the recovery and because they will shape Ukraine's future within the European Union. At the same time, we will concentrate on the strategic enablers that underpin a functioning investment environment, access to finance, risk mitigation, human capital. Our work will be grounded in partnership with public-private partnerships to mobilize capital and innovation, stronger cooperation between Ukrainian and international businesses, and a continuous and respectful dialogue with the Ukrainian institutions and communities, ensuring our efforts meet real needs. Hence, the BAC must also be a catalyst for tangible impact, offering the business community a coherent, reliable, and forward-looking framework. Confindustria will work in full alignment with the EU institutions and with our European and international counterparts to ensure consistency, ambition, and execution. We do not rebuild only what was lost. We build what must last. Let me conclude with the hope and the promise. The hope is that this presidency will lead to such tangible progress that a third cycle on the same issues may no longer be necessary. The promise is that our commitment will endure to Ukraine, to its people, and to a vision of peace and prosperity shared by Italy, Europe, and the global business community. Thank you for your trust, and let us begin. Thank you.
We now invite His Excellency Matthias Cormann, Secretary General of the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this session. At the OECD, we're very proud to be supporting Ukraine strongly in advancing its ambitious reform priorities. We are halfway through a 4-year OECD Ukraine country program, which we launched in 2023 and which forms part of an initial accession dialogue for Ukraine to the OECD. Ukraine's unwavering commitment to pursue important reforms and the successful reform outcomes Ukraine has been able to achieve so far in the most challenging of circumstances are incredibly impressive and inspiring. There is no doubt in my mind that once a just and lasting peace has been secured, Ukraine's hard work on reforms right now will provide a strong foundation for a strong recovery, for strong growth, and for increased prosperity and living standards for the people of Ukraine. Ukraine has done a lot of work to materially improve public sector and business integrity. This will help boost trust and future investment. Indeed, Ukraine has succeeded to materially decrease public experience of everyday corruption. A credible survey conducted on 8 occasions across Ukraine since 2007 shows that the share of citizens reporting experiences with corruption has dropped sharply from 70% in 2015 to just 15% in 2024, an outcome which can be directly attributed to the government's efforts. Indeed, assessed against the OECD's public integrity indicators, Ukraine has built a robust legal and institutional framework to tackle corruption risk and boost integrity. In fact, the quality of Ukraine's legal and institutional integrity arrangements is now above the OECD average in several key areas. Indeed, Ukraine's national anti-corruption strategy fulfills 73% of OECD criteria on the quality of its strategic framework and 80% of criteria on implementation, well above the OECD averages of 43% and 36% respectively. We have recently finalized and publicly released our Integrity and Anti-Corruption Review of Ukraine, which provides recommendations for further progress. By strengthening the government's audit and control systems, by swiftly implementing the new lobbying framework in a way which is consistent with OECD best practices, and by continuing the judicial reform momentum, including by implementing the new ethics code and whistleblower protections. More broadly, we are working with Ukraine on reforms to unlock greater competition, dynamism and productivity in the economy. The OECD's competition policy peer review, which we plan to launch in October, will help Ukraine align more closely with OECD standards on competition investigations and merger controls, as well as with the European Union's competition rules. And we have supported Ukraine in aligning with the OECD guidelines on corporate governance of state-owned enterprises. In November last year, Ukraine introduced a new state ownership policy boosting transparency in the supervision of state-owned enterprises, aligning their operations with market principles consistent with OECD guidelines. To improve public sector effectiveness, Ukraine is also moving ahead with further reforms on administrative decentralization and to strengthen municipal governance capacity. We're supporting Ukraine in implementing its decentralization reform roadmap, including by building capacity in local governments to design, fund, procure and monitor reconstruction and recovery projects. In support of Ukraine's macroeconomic policy framework, 2 months ago in Kiev, Prime Minister Shmyhal and I also launched our 2025 OECD Economic Survey of Ukraine. That survey highlights key policy priorities to help strengthen Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, drawing on its full potential once the security situation improves. Improving the business environment by easing regulatory burdens and enhancing the functioning of electricity markets, strengthening public finances by increasing spending efficiency and optimizing tax collection, and importantly, addressing labour shortages by increasing incentives for the return of displaced people and by boosting women's labour market participation. A high-quality education system will be key for Ukraine to unlock its full potential, and the OECD is working with the Ukraine Ministry of Education in order to support those efforts. Indeed, we are working with Ukraine's Ministry of Education to design, pilot and roll out a new online tutoring system, POVIA. To measure both student and adult skills, we are very happy that Ukraine will also be participating in our Teaching and Learning International Survey, as well as our 2026 PISA assessment. The OECD will continue to work very closely with the government of Ukraine to support its reform journey, and we will continue to support reforms that help Ukraine progress its future OECD and EU membership aspirations. Today, the OECD is signing a joint statement with Ukraine on strengthening competitiveness in Ukraine and economic convergence with OECD and the European Union to support progress towards those aspirations, including through an economic convergence scoreboard to measure Ukraine's progress and identify key priorities for further actions. Our work at the OECD is fully aligned with the priorities of the EU Recovery Facility for financial assistance to Ukraine, and we will continue to coordinate closely with the government of Ukraine and all our international partners, including and in particular through the Ukraine donor platform, to avoid duplication of effort and to leverage our respective strengths. We look forward to continuing our work together in support of the government of Ukraine in building a prosperous, free and European future for Ukraine. Thank you very much.
To conclude this session, please welcome His Excellency Hao Liang-shu, UN Undersecretary General and Associate Administrator of UNDP, speaking also on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations, I thank the governments of Italy and the Ukraine for convening us today. From the outset, let me reiterate the UN's full commitment to the sovereignty, independence, and the national integrity of Ukraine. The gathering affirms our unwavering pledge to a future where peace defines the lives of the Ukrainian people. I visited Ukraine recently to discuss recovery efforts with senior officials and to meet people rebuilding their lives amid the war. That includes meeting Vera and her husband in Bolodyanka, reconstructing their home after the land was cleared of unexploded ordnance with the UN support. Since the earliest days of the war, the UN has stood alongside the people of Ukraine. In 2024, over 20 UN agencies delivered coordinated humanitarian recovery and development support. Thanks to the strong donor support, nearly $2.5 billion was provided under the Humanitarian Needs and the Response Plan, and over $685 million was invested in recovery and development. Some notable results include over 8.4 million people received life-saving humanitarian assistance, and 23 million people will have regained access to basic services through the recovery of the energy sector by the end of 2025. Looking ahead, the new UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2025-2029 will focus on investing in people, fostering inclusive economic growth, protecting the environment, and promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions. The UN will continue to support the government's recovery portfolios, everything from green energy to demining and economic revitalization, while convening stakeholders to co-design inclusive and sustainable solutions. We call on all partners to champion local leadership, mobilizing the private sector and unlocking concessional finance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from energy to demining, from jobs to justice, the United Nations is committed to an inclusive recovery that reimagines Ukraine's future. Investing in reconstruction and recovery requires all of us to also invest in peace. The UN reiterates its call for a full, immediate, and unconditional ceasefire toward a just and lasting peace grounded in the UN Charter, international law, and the relevant resolutions. Thank you very much.
With this, we conclude the opening segment of the Recovery Forum. The voices we have heard representing national governments, European institutions, and the business community have laid the foundation for what this forum is designed to achieve: strengthening partnerships, advancing dialogue, and aligning efforts for Ukraine's recovery.